in a tunebybread.com.
Papi, why you coming from your breathing like that?
My daughter. Hey, my daughter, yeah. The old people can say that curiosity kill a cow. What your own problem again?
Papi, I really don't have problem. But the way you breathing, sir, it's like you're running somewhere.
My daughter? Ha, yaka. If I give you the little G's, you yourself will be running to the same player running. So you just hold it there.
Papi, Papi, play on me now, lay on me. You know I your daughter too now.
My daughter, guess what? I had to run away from Wego. Ha, yaka. Tuesday and Thursday, they got one show in town they call it Logan's Hour. Man, that boy can talk the thing that are happening in Indiana. Even when you steal, even you doing wrong thing, the boy will talk it. You doing the right thing, the boy will praise you.
For real, Papi? No, that kind of thing. 1 hour time, yeah.
My daughter, I'm telling you, let me tell you now. Logan's Hour come on every Tuesday and Thursday, 6 o'clock p.m. And when you want to watch Logan Hour, you gotta be on time, or else you watch the show after the show. But guess what?
What, Papi?
So, just go to Facebook and subscribe to Logan Hour. You go to YouTube, you subscribe to Logan Hour. Anytime Logan Hour coming on, you will get notification. That the notification made me running at the door, my daughter, because I won't be laying back in my living room, man, and get ready to call on that show.
Papi, thank you so much for the information. But I see Tommy walking, coming it out. I don't know if I ate he looking at too. Oh, Tommy! Tommy!
Oh, what's that? What you calling my name like that for? What you calling my name like that for? Take your time and you get. I'm watching my Logan Hour. Don't got distract me, yo. Wait now. If you ain't got what to do right now, we're already enjoying ourselves. You better get involved with the fries, girl. Tommy, so today, Papi was telling me that something? I want to look for Logan Hour, yeah. Papi, thank you. Thank you for telling me about Logan Hour.
My daughter? Ha, now either don't say I'll tell you. Bye.
Coming up, when we listened to Mr. Rawakiri the other day on the show, he said over 100 people have purchased VIP tickets.
Oh, wow.
So it means the ordinary people, if they show up today, we're going to have a mass stand-up. What do you make of this day today? It's a historic day, though.
Yeah, I'm just happy to be here. I hope everything goes well. I'm sure the committee members have worked hard. You know, all of us are here to support. I hope we all have a good time and we, get inspired to keep up this community.
So looking at the community, in time past, opposing camp after election, they are nowhere to be seen. And now this new dispensation, we are seeing different kind of politicking after election. We see the losing camp is here celebrating with the winning camp. What do you see the community go for here? Do you think we are on a path of unity? Or what's going on?
I think this is lovely to see. I think it takes a lot, as a person to come and really be unbiased and just come to celebrate the opposing person. I think that shows a lot of courage, a lot of overall commitment to the community and not to self. So I commend you. I commend everybody on your team that, wanted to, the roles that they went for. There is time. There is always room for more people to do the work. You don't have to have the title to be for the people, And so I'm just really happy to be here, see this, be a part of history, like you said.
Thank you so much, G-Mom. It was a hectic election.
It was a hectic election, but at least we were able to come together as a community and make it happen. So fortunately, we're here today, and it's going to be a very enjoyable inauguration.
And for the first time, the community have seen unity to their extent, because normally after election, we see the opposing camp, they're all angry and they go and never come back. And for this time around, they have seen total different thing. They are seeing unity and they see the opposing camp coming to embrace the winning camp. How do you feel about that, Mr. Logan?
I think it's very impressive. It's very impressive. We haven't seen this kind of a unity, to be honest. I think the Philip Logan team did extreme work to bring the community back together. You guys did extremely well, coordinating with everybody right after election, bringing people back on the table, having a welcome party, embracing everybody again. It was a shock to the community, and I think the community applaud the Philip Logan team for doing that, and we also applaud the Parker team for having a peaceful election. And today we have an inauguration, and it will be peaceful and exciting.
Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Thank you, sir.
So this is Mr. Logan. The session, and you join me on that session, and you start showing tar on people. But that's fair. That's fair. But this is Mr. Jeremiah K. Slade, the man who held this election. Though we from the other side, we bombarded him so hard, and he couldn't just accept that. At times, politics turns good friends into being rivals, but now the politics is over. The election is over. We are about to unite our community, and now we are being joined by our brother Jeremiah K. Slade. Jeremiah K. Slade is no more. How you doing, Pastor Willie? Jeremiah K. Slade is no more the election commissioner chairperson. He is a community resident, and he here to support his community. Mr. Slade, how do you make up these activities today?
I want to say thank you to the Labrampo in Indiana, and thanks to the many friends for attending this inaugural program. Essentially, that's the beauty of our politics. Not everything we do as commissioner was 100% right. Our judgment sometimes was off, but I think 80% being right with a vague constitution is essential. But overall, I want to say thanks to everybody, including you, Mr. Logan, for attending the inaugural program, because that is very essential for our democracy.
Okay, so Mr. Slade, looking at now this current dispensation, in time past, we know when people lose election, we don't see them anywhere again, they're going incommunicado, and now we are seeing a different breed of young people coming up in this community, see people who lose the election, and they are here jeering up to the activities and congratulating those who won the election, and even attending activities that have been planned by the current administration. So how do you see this new community that we are in now? Do you see the level of unity to be more stronger than the past, or what do you see now? And then what do you see this community go
and
from here?
That's the essence of our politics. When I was election commission chairman for previous elections, when we lost the election, we back up from inauguration. But when we see people who lost elections are participating and stay involved with the community, it means that our community is growing, and we need people with different ideas to come on board and change the dynamics. Now, first of all, I want to say congratulations to you, Philip Logan, and your team, because this year shows a very unique path for our generation. Now look, regardless of our differences, regardless of our politics, we should be able to sit down and come together. At the end of the day, the interest is where you are.
Yeah.
It's nobody.
Yeah.
A single person cannot spearhead the activity of this community, regardless if you win from which side or which side. But we argue. It was a very tough elections. It was a Herculean task to conduct these elections. By the end of the day, I'm proud to walk in here today with my heads up to see my colleagues that we disagree during the election, but we all can mitigate to see our community forward.
That was the voice of Mr. Jeremiah K. Slade Sr. Now we see that the weather is dropping, and we have been here for an hour now. And I see the permanent person in the community, Mr. Peter Howard. You all know Mr. Peter Howard. Mr. Howard, how are you today, my dear brother?
I'm doing good, and you?
Man, I'm okay. I'm so excited. Let me get a handshake for you first. This is Mr. Peter Howard. He's one of the great sons of this hall. And Mr. Howard, I'm so happy that you came up here to support us in giving back to our community. And now you are here live. You see that the Young Men Association, we are distributing turkey to the community, the Liberian community. And let me just give a sample of that. And it's like a 20-pound turkey. This is the size of the turkey, 20 pounds. So if each member of the community can come up and get a piece of this turkey, it will be a great help to
our community in giving back. Mr. Howard, you've been here, you witnessed this. How do you feel about this organization going back to the Liberian community?
First of all, I want to say thank you to the Young Men Association. This is a great initiative.
Thank you.
It takes a person or it takes an organization to do that, to give back to the community and to society. So I'm going to applaud you guys for that. And I think it's going on well. I'm just urging everyone to come out and get your turkey. Don't be ashamed. Everybody can get a turkey. It's for everybody. Come and get your turkey for Thanksgiving to cook for your family. Yeah.
Thank you. Come again to the Logan's Hour today. It's a very great edition. Trust me, I know a lot of people been sitting and say, "But we're not. Where they been on? They been not coming on today." But we are here. We are not here, but we're here now. I want to say thank you for joining us. Those of you who just joining us for the first time, I want to say thank you. And those of you who has always joined, I want to say thank you as well for always joining us. Today promised to be a very, 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 very great edition of the Logan's Hour. As you all are aware, that on Sunday, the Liberian Association of Indiana, we thought it was all going to have been the final edition of the inaugural Balu, as you saw on the flyer, but surprisingly, we have another one coming up. We have another meeting coming up. We have another report coming up. So we want to say thank you to everyone who joined us here today. We want to say thank you so much. My dear brother, Wadeo Kwabo. My dear brother, thank you for joining us today. Hezekiah Logan, thank you for joining us. And let me recognize some of the people who joined us first before we can go in and follow. I've seen a whole lot of people join us here today. And Precious, Logan Samuels, Brandy Afa. Listen, I got too many people joining us here today. And special shout out to my special Oma I met over the weekend. And she was straight up with me. She said, "Listen, my son, we all can watch the show, but that we don't want you to be talking to, we can watch the show, because we don't want to be behind." Shout out to my Oma who can watch the show secretly as well. So to all of you following us here today, we want to say thank you for joining us. Today promised to be a very great show again. And today we'll be dealing specifically with the inaugural board report that came up. So for those of you who just joined us for the first time, I want to say thank you. And those of you who been with us, we want to say thank you for also being with us. And today we're going to have a very good conversation here. We are asking every one of you to just take and still as the conversation unfolds. So let's listen to the representative aspirant edition number 8, Mr. Arvin T. Penner. He have a message for voter registration in Liberia.
People, your hello, my name Tano. I know you're not here about the voting Benin that coming. The voting that coming that way in October we will be doing it. Before we do this voting Benin, we need to put our name down or we need to register. That what the big voting house in Liberia say. And that big voting hall they call the National Election Commission. Again, you must be from 18-year-old way up. That the thing that will make you register and vote. The thing I'm telling you that one big man in district number 8, Monserrato County, sent me to Camp Big York. So all of us can go and do our registration and vote. His name is Arvin T. Penner. But plenty people know him by his small town name. They used to call him Borat. That name later he was small. Arvin T. Penner say the big voting house in Liberia started registration from March 20 to April 11, 2023. So we all gonna go get our voting card so it can be in our hand. And when election time reaches, so that we can go and vote. The registration starting March 20 to April 11.
Yeah, hello, my people of District Number 8, Montserrat County. This is Alvin T. Pino, an aspirant of District Number 8, also known as Ball Racking. I'm currently asking everyone to please go and register come March 20th to April 11th so you can be able to vote come October 10th of 2023. Please make it your business to go and register so you can be eligible to vote. Thank you.
My people,
There you have
your hello. My name Tano. I know you're not here about they voting Benin that coming. They voting that coming.
There you have it from the representative aspirant, Mr. Alvin T. Penner, District Number 8, the man who's currently making Mose Akara grade to work for his money, the man who forced Mose Akara grade to go to the University of Liberia campus. Just a few days ago, we've been discussing the latest development in town. Mr. Alvin T. Penner have been on some of the radio stations, the local radio station. And I also have recording from Mr. Alvin Penner of his interview today. Because of time, we will play some of the interview at the end of the program. But I want to say to those of you who are following us today for the first time, I want to say thank you for joining us. And those of you who has always been following us, we want to also say thank you too. Because of you, we are here. And remember, don't forget to share the show with somebody who would love to join the conversation, because this thing here is not about us, it's about Liberian in general, all Liberians. So if we can elevate the conversation, let's do it. Let's try to change the dynamics. So I want to say to my dear friend and brother Wadel Kwabo, welcome again, my brother. My first time seeing you on my program, and my man now for the senior school and everything. Since Isabella, I want to say happy belated birthday, and trust me, that one I only do us secret. I enjoy my weekend. Titi Banks, welcome. Titi Banks, you made it on Sunday. Tutu Makate, you made it on Sunday. The Gone Sunday was great. For the first time, I ate a cheke. You know, my wife can face a cheke, real good at cheke, but I ate similar at cheke compared to what my wife normally faced for me. So I had a pretty good time. And I drank like 3 bottles of water and 1 big soda. So I really enjoyed myself. And the place I enjoyed myself, it was never a popular area to announce, so we enjoy ourselves in secret. But the president of the Liberian Association, he was present. He and I and the Secretary General, the Vice President, we were all in the garage sitting, enjoying ourselves. It was fun, you know. And the First Lady of the Liberian community, she was there, and the friend to the president, Mr. Fela Noko, were also there. And the second lady to the press for the Liberian Association too, Mrs. Wemo Boya, she was also there. And we have real good time. And the most powerful man that run the day-to-day activities of the Liberian Association, Mr. Robert Carey, he was also present in our garage. So tell me, you can clearly understand what we were actually enjoying. And today I want to say to my dear brother and friend, Representative Mr. Alvin, Representative aspirant Mr. Alvin T. Penner. He's following us. I don't know if the representative have time. I could just send him the link right now. He can just take 5 minutes and just speak to the Liberian people of Indiana. If possible, he could also just show little light in 2 minutes on what happened at the University of Liberia campus, because we follow his interview on Power FM. I follow it also on KMTV. I saw it in the print media, and trust me, Mr. Alvin Penner, he have condemned this act. And he has referred to it as barbaric. He said the lawmaker, he's being insensitive as a leader. It's not to be showing strength at this time. It's about time that he showed leadership. And I followed those interviews so very well. And I said, Mr. Penner he's making headwaves. He trying to introduce what they call good leadership. Liberia is not lacking leadership, but they are lacking good leadership. We have people in power that we call leaders, but common sense is lacking. Like while following Mr. Penner interview today on Power FM, one of the questions that they asked him, and he stressed that point. He said it wasn't the point of showing power, because he already powerful. He's member of the first branch of government. He's privileged to be elected by the people. Why the same people who elect you the district that you represent as a lawmaker? Why should you go show strength when they already know you are the head? Why you won't beat them to show that you're powerful? So it means it's the reincarnation of Chucky Taylor in that district number 8. But anyway, I will just have Mr. Alvin Pennon just for 5 minutes because I know other people come and discuss what happened this gone Sunday in the meeting. Deborah, how are you, my dear brother Emmett? So I'm about to send Mr. Pennon the link. Mr. Pennon will just come on for at least 5 minutes. So just speak to his people here. Let y'all know that though in Liberia, but it has stay yes small. For your blessing, your little support, whatever way it happen, we're looking at Mr. Pennon to occupy that seat because I think the current lawmaker, Mr. Moses Akara Gray, for his actions, it shows that he's getting exhausted and power have gone into his head because you know when you elect one person over and over, the first thing they feel that they are God, they take their power and feel that they are God. So I feel that's how Akara feel right now because even listening to him today after what happened on the campuses of the University of Liberia, instead of Mr. Akara's Gray coming back to show no remorse that I regret the incident, but Mr. Gray was also on one of the radio stations called Freedom FM and challenging the New York authority and saying that he will go back because there will be one voter precinct center at the University of Liberia, and which of course even his colleagues in the House of Legislature, they all condemned the act of Mr. Gray today, and the Senate as well condemned the act of Mr. Gray, and other Liberians also condemning the act of Mr. Gray, but Mr. Gray don't see that. And you know the old people, like me refer to Mr. Alvin Pennon, he's not an old man, but you get wisdom. We always say this. He said, the breeze that can disgrace the chicken, it can come from behind it. Before you know it, scatter all your hair. And when you scatter your hair, you can see you're going from fire some truck. That's what will happen. So let me say, Mr. Pennon, the link here, at least if we can have Mr. Pennon just for at least, man, 5 minutes or 10 minutes of Mr. Pennon time. It will not kill our incoming lawmaker. Oh, sorry, I think I sent the show instead of the link. Yeah, Mr. Pennon, hold on just a second. Let me just send you the link so you can please join us just for 5 minutes. It will not harm your time, sir. So I have my guests. They will be joining us shortly. I have panelists, not just specifically guests. They are our regular panelists. They always join us when we have any conversations. They always talk about issues of foods in the Liberian community of Indiana and outside the community of Indiana as well. So I have Mr. Oh, sorry, my brother. Why I keep sending the show instead of the link? I have Mr. Jan Volule. He will also join us here. And what's his name? Mr. Sylvanus Spilly will also join us here. And Mr. Anthony Givler said he would love to join the conversation today as well. So let's see. Yeah, okay, Mr. Pennon, I just send a link to you. Yeah, and when Mr. Pennon come on and his internet buffers, you don't get problem with it because these are the same reasons Mr. Pennon is vying for the House of Parliament. He wants to become lawmaker to help to change some of these things. These are things that happen since Rock of Ages. We always say this thing, oh, we Liberian, think and change. Now we find people who were sitting in the private sector and look at the political dynamics and say, you know what happened? My expertise, some of what I have learned in developed world, I need to carry back to my country. But he's not a selfish man to say he want to become president of Liberia from the beginning. He decided to go back and serve in the first branch as a representative gradually when you see his workings. Because that one person who believes in what should speak for him. I know him. He was the president of the Liberian Association of Indiana. He's a man who always say, listen, I will not toot my own horn. Don't tell me I'm doing well. Let my work say I'm doing well. So Liberian people, those of you who in district number 8, it will be a privilege to have the humble son serving you. So I can say to all of you who knows me very well, it will be an honor to have Mr. Alvin T. Pennon as your lawmaker in district number 8. So for those of you who never follow Mr. Pennon have been on 2 radio stations today so far that I follow. KMTV, Power FM. If you can read in the print media, I think I can just copy some of that and put it here so you can see what he said today. according to what happened at the campuses of the University of Liberia. He condemned the act. He believes students should be treated well. The University of Liberia should be a friendly environment for both lawmakers, those serving in government, and those who outside government. That when you go into the campuses of the University of Liberia, you're going to exchange ideas. That's the center for intellectual opinion. So it's not a center for a sitting lawmaker to go to the campuses of the University of Liberia with hooligans, gangsters. Some of the people that I saw in the pictures, they are not students of the University of Liberia. If Mr. Gray claims that he have people on scholarship, he should have rather those of the people that he have on scholarship to escort him through that places. But not to go take hooligans, take gangsters to go and parade the campuses and beat innocent students. And some of the pictures we saw, they are very graphic. That's why we will not display some of them here. But just because the incoming lawmaker have to take his little rest, in Liberia by this time it's a little late because our time went in for at least about an hour. So we just bring the incoming lawmaker in just for 5 or 10 minutes, speak to the Liberian people and tell what he make of what happened at the University of Liberia on a Friday or whatever. So let's bring the lawmaker in. Honorable Alvin T. Penner, how are you, sir?
How you doing, my brother, Mr. President? Mr. President.
I'm doing so great, Honorable. How are you? You're doing so good. I have seen your blueprints. Trust me. I have asked questions. A lot of people know that you have reached to some of the places that lawmakers haven't reached over the years. And imagine first of all, you want to serve in that district as a lawmaker. You go into the trenches, the downtrodden, to know their problem. So at least when you are elected, you know what to tackle. I want to say congratulations. Because some of the pictures I've seen, I haven't seen anybody who are vying for that position. Even the Julius Baring, who become lawmaker in that place. Not Julius Baring, but what his name used to serve for Madam Salih. He never reached those places that you are reaching now. I want to say congratulations. You are now one of those people who say party mandate, vote one.
You hear me?
Okay, to parliament. Can you hear me? We are hearing you, sir.
I'm not hearing you though.
Oh well.
You want to take me out and come back or?
Yes, just log on and log back in. Mr. Penner, you can just go up and come back. I think Mr. Penner is going to come back. He's not hearing well. Okay. All right. So Mr. Penner going to come back in shortly. But like I was saying, Mr. Penner, he's one of those people who's doing very great. Very, very great. Trust me. I am so happy to see Mr. Alvin Penner in that district and places that he have penetrated. Man, trust me. I'm so happy to see him doing what he's doing. I know it's not something simple for people who want to become lawmaker to go to look at some areas. Sonny went all Mr. Penner all into the swamp. I saw him one time. The rain falls to the point where the place so dirty, and I could tell from his voice out of frustration when the people who he went there to serve, instead of them focusing on the real issues, how can we solve the problems? They were focusing on noise and what they would get. And I could hear from his voice. He said, "Hey, you're listening. You people are the customer. The lawmakers can come and steal from you people because you have to listen and let work and solve these puzzles, and not to say, give me this, give me that." And I could tell from your voice, I say, yeah, that's how the Liberian people can make you to toss that out of frustration. But the lawmaker, the incoming lawmaker is also he's studio right now. Let me see if he can hear me this time around. Mr. Penner,
yeah, I'm hearing you now, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's hear from you, Mr. Penner. I know those of you following us for the first time, those of you follow us on YouTube. Somebody follow on YouTube. Somebody say they don't know about politics. They're from my church and from other places. But if you're just following us, this is Mr. Alvin T. Penner. He's as representative aspirant in District Number 8, Mosorado County. We just asked him to have at least 10 minutes of the time to just tell us how he feels, because we listened to some of his interviews in Mosorado County. He spoke very passionately about what happened at the University of Liberia campus. So since we have him in person, we want him to just drive us through about how he feels about what happened from the current lawmaker of District Number 8. Mr. Penner, the floor is yours. Speak to your Liberian people of Indiana first, then you can go ahead, sir.
I know. Thank you, Mr. President. I really appreciate you for the job well done, and I also appreciate you for all the support giving me here in Liberia. From the bottom of my heart, I appreciate you, and I also appreciate those folks in Indiana that constantly support the movement here in Liberia. And that said, Liberia remains the paramount concern of everyone, and I think, as you lamented, that we have went in the trenches, taking a keen observation on the lifestyle of the people and their environment to see as to how the yen or they are requesting the elevations of the livelihood. And it's so deploring that you will see that in the 21st century, people are still drawing water from the gallon. People still asking to take bath in the bathroom where all kinds of people will be taking bath wherein they can get sick so easily. They are still cooking by the dirty water that is heavily infested. There is no good hospitals. There is no good drinking water, and people continue to terrorize the people and coming to the factor of Gray is in full support of violence in the district, in that he himself uses thoughts and the less privileged youth instead of empowering them. He only use them for his ego to terrorize the Liberian people and peaceful citizens, that of which we stand against in the strongest terms, and we're calling on all well-meaning Liberians that do not encourage violence at this particular time in life, that we all should promote peace and we should stand for peace.
There you have it, Mr. Penner. Thank you so much for at least stepping up to Mr. Gray and speaking on some of the critical national issues happening in our country. We are proud of you. We know you're going to make us proud as you represent us in Liberia. So, Mr. Penner, I know it's already late in Liberia. Is there anything you want to
Yeah,
say to
no,
Liberia
Indiana
before you go?
stand up, and I saw that he went on one of the radio stations this morning, which I counter on Sarah's radio stations, and I also in communications with some diplomatic corps, and I'm also going on the U.S. campus on Monday with my team and my entourage to go and register. And I'm sending out a memo. I will also be doing a radio engagement, encouraging all students who are in fear that Grace is continuously and constantly daring them that he will go on the campus. I will also be there with my force to also protect the student population and peaceful citizens for them to carry on the registration process. So I want you to re-echo this message too as well, that we will be present and we will be there in the concept of peace until we see any sign of violence, and we will react. But we are there to protect the peace of the students, the peace of the Liberian people. So I'll be there with my full team come Monday.
Thank you so much, Mr. Penner. So, Liberian people of Indiana, Mr. Penner, say your hello. Your pray for him.
Yeah, hello, my people. You're thank you for the support. Thank you. So thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Alvin T. Penner. So that was the voice of Mr. Alvin T. Penner, representative aspirant, Macerado County District number 8. So those of you who been wanting to see Mr. Penner, there you have it. That's Mr. Alvin T. Penner. We wish him all the best. We know Mr. Alvin Penner going to come up victorious in District number 8, and I can rest assured the people of District number 8, it will be the first time you see the 7 kind of leadership, because he's one of those people who believe in serving. He don't believe in being your boss. He want to be your 7. So if you want somebody who will serve you, as you can see right now, District number 8, he reaching out in the trenches. He reaching out to places that lawmakers have never reached. Trust me. Then Alvin Penner is a guy. If you're looking for somebody who's going to get married in Paris, who will not care for you, who will go to the University of Liberia and beat your children, then go for Akaras, because you know that's what Akara is good for, beating your innocent children who trying to make their way to the university, children who we get referred to them sometimes in our jargons. We can say hungry, angry people. You decide to go there and beat them after you sat down in your house and finish eating and drinking profusely. Now you have nothing to do but to go and show strength to the innocent people that you're supposed to be protecting. Mr. Gray, the actions of Mr. Gray to go and defy the students of the University of Liberia, those actions should be condemned by all many Liberians. I can say this to you. But anyway, before I go far, I want to say tomorrow is a national holiday. Tomorrow is my mother-in-law birthday. So I want to say happy pre-birthday to my mother-in-law, Sis Vera. Tomorrow is Sis Vera's birthday. So those of you who planning on doing something big, don't do anything big. You know a house, just send something small. Because a little small, you send, she appreciate, then she made it working better for the weekend. So tomorrow is March 15th. Tomorrow is Sis Vera's birthday. And tomorrow is also one of my friend brother birthday. He's the current Secretary General of the most powerful youth group in Indiana currently, the Indiana Young Men Association, Mr. Roland Akwe. Tomorrow is Mr. Roland Akwe's birthday as well. So our MA members, get ready to celebrate Mr. Roland Akwe's birthday. Mevina Harris Okwe, get ready. Mr. Roland Akwe's birthday is coming up. I want to say to my brother Derek Meyer, thank you for joining us. Celine Valentino, my baby, thank you. Mr. Elisha Tito Harris. Niala Vapla, thank you for joining. I call you real news. So all the people that see you following without your pseudo name, they know it. That my brother there, Niala. Samuel Colley, thank you for joining us. Mr. Roland Akwe want to say happy pre-birthday again. And we just heard from the incoming lawmakers, Mr. Alvin T. Peno. And on Thursday, we should have Mr. Heron Petro Costa. Mr. Heron Petro Costa should be our guest on Thursday. Those of you who have followed the show for some time now. So on Thursday, Mr. Heron Petro Costa will be our guest here. He will be here, and we will talk about some critical national issues. We will also talk more about his personal life, because the invitation I extended to Mr. Heron Costa, I want him to talk more about his personal life, what makes him so passionate about Liberia, and he risks his life at a certain point in time for the sake of liberating people in Liberia. So we will talk to Mr. Henry Petro Costa, because, you know, all the time I have referred to him as Liberia owner Thomas Sankara. In his youthful age, he started in his 30s, and he stayed doing what he's doing for the Liberian people, getting up every day at 4:30. You imagine in a country getting up at 4:30 just to carry a show and talk about issues of that is unfolding regardless which side he on. For me, I'm not a member of any political party. You all know that. So we will speak to Mr. Henry Petro Costa. And those of you who would love to ask Mr. Henry Petro Costa questions about his life and about things that he have done in the past and things that he continues to do, we want to say you can join the conversation as well. You will be also privileged to ask him those basic questions. Some of you who don't like to call when the show is going on, you can also just put your question in the comment section. We'll also ask those basic questions as your questions come up, and Mr. Costa will be here to answer your question. So listen, those of you who are looking for cars, living in Indianapolis or outside Indianapolis, sometimes we ship the cars to you. If you're looking for durable cars, if you're looking for a dealership that will keep in communication with you as you enjoy the longevity of your car, don't look nowhere else. Evad and Son Motor Imports, they bring you the best of class cars in Indianapolis. So if you're looking for them, just call 317-377-4352. Or you can just go to 3907 West Washington Street, Indianapolis, Indiana. So if you're looking for good cars to buy in Indiana, Eva and Son is your place to go. So don't forget, Eva and Son Motors, get those cars that you really want. If you're looking for cars that are going to take you for long, then there you have it. Now we're about to drop to the Liberian community. So those of you following us from outside the Liberian community, it is an honor that you also come and listen to what is going on in the Liberian community. And those of you who live in the Liberian community, it is an honor. Like my Oma told me, say, with some of the secret people that can be following you in my heart, we 10 inside. We can put a show on Bluetooth speaker that all can be listening. So if you don't see all of me, we can be listening together. So I want to say shout out to my Oma. I really do appreciate it. You really made me laugh when you said that, because it was funny though when you say, "Oh, my son, let me tell you, we can be listening to that show. We can be listening to it on Bluetooth speaker." I want to say thank you, my Oma. Thank you so much for following the show. And the Liberian Association of Indiana, Mr. Robert Carrick, over the week have put up the entire meeting dates for 2023. For 2023. You know, in life, you have to like everybody. You have to like everybody, and that's fair. Even Jesus Christ, that King, we all sing and die for us. Not everybody like him. Not everybody like him. Yeah, not everybody like him. So now, Mr. Kerry, he's a good guy. He's a good guy. In all fairness, he's a good guy. And administratively, he knows exactly what he's doing. And this, for the first time, I don't know if it has happened in the past, but as to my recollection, since I moved in this community, Mr. Kerry is the first Secretary General who has put up the entire dates of all ADR meetings. And this is commendable because at least now the Liberian people will be able to plan accordingly. They will be able to plan accordingly. So according to Mr. Kerry here, if you can see on the screen, Mr. Kerry is telling us that the Liberian Association of Indiana, we have meetings on the following dates. So on January 29, 2023, save it on your calendar today. The best thing to do is to save it on your calendar because you will be able to remember when the meetings are scheduled and when they are coming up. So at least you have your phone going to give you a notification. So on January 29, 2023, Liberian Association will be having her general meeting. Or she already have that. Sorry about that. On April 23rd, the next meeting that coming up is April 23rd, 2023. On June 25th, 2023 will be another meeting. On August 13, 2023 will be another meeting. October 29, 2023 will be another meeting. And December 17, 2023 will be the last meeting of 2023. So those of you Liberians living in the Liberian community, get ready. Mr. Kerry has put up the entire meeting for the year 2023. So now the next thing I want to call Mr. Kerry now to do for us will be, Mr. Kerry, can you please work with the rest of your committee members to put up a calendar of event for the Liberian Association of Indiana. But so far, you are doing an excellent job. And those of you who don't know, coming soon, we have one of the best will be coming soon. And we have posted that. And some of you who been asking questions about what we posted, yes, we have a show that is coming soon. We'll be starting soon. It's called Thank God Is Fabulous. So it's going to be TGIF. And TGIF will have two panelists. And they will be controlling their own show. TGIF will be another show that is on this platform called the Logan's Hour. And trust me, you don't want to miss it. And TGIF will be coming up every Friday at 6 o'clock p.m. Or maybe they might adjust the time. But you'll have two astute female, two professionals, two people who knows the issue in the health field, who knows the issues around the community and outside Liberia. And this community, Liberia community, is privileged to have those two individuals. So those two fantastic individuals will be bringing in their own guests. They'll be selecting their own topic. And trust me, on Friday, when the show starts or when the show is going on, you ain't going to see this face. It's just going to be just, I don't want to call a name because they never asked me to mention the name on the show. I think they just wanted to be a secret. When TGIF stop, boom, you're going to see they're going to appear. And they're going to have so many unique topics. Everything you need to know about the nursing fee, the health fee, those are professionals in that area. Anything you want to know about education, they are professional in that area. And sometimes some of our older people or some of our professionals people in the community who haven't come out yet to explain about their profession or the area of expertise, maybe TGIF will be the one to encourage them to say, come on, let's have a conversation and let Liberian people know what you're involved with and what can you do. And let's put the puzzles together and see who have what and who can do what and how can we move this place up. So TGIF, I'm excited that these people have agreed to have their show on the Logan's Hour every Friday. So watch out for TGIF. So hopefully this coming Friday might be their test broadcast for TGIF. So those of you following us, you will see the TGIF, you will see the pink and black. Trust me. I want to play the intro to say TGIF, but they told me, say, do not play that intro yet. Do not. We want to introduce our own stuff. So I'm going to leave it with TGIF. Trust me. This, for the first time, we will relax in our living room, watch it on TV, because if I'm home, I like to go to the YouTube and watch it on my television because I just want to lay by and hear the woman talking. Both of them talking about issues and having their guests and questioning their guests on issues. When it comes to the politics of today, the politics of our community and whatever, yeah, you can leave that with Philip Logan, his Logan Hour. They are the one that deal with politics. They are the one that show jobs. But for us, we're going to stick it professional. We're going to call our professional friends. We're going to have some professional conversations. We're going to call other professors of other universities, and we have conversation presidents of other chapters of the Liberian Association in the United States and have conversations. So we look forward to having new kind of beautiful things in our community. So I want to say shout out to my two big sisters. You see it? My two big sisters. Shout out to both of you for accepting to have your own program on the Logan's Hour called TGIF. Thank God, it's fantastic. So for the first time, the Liberian people are going to enjoy that. So let's go to our Liberian community. So I look forward to having Mr. Savannah Spilly. Mr. Savannah Spilly, I haven't seen you pop up yet. Mr. Savannah Spilly is supposed to be here. Okay, I'm sending a link right now. You can look it up. I'm sending the link there. You can join the conversation right now. Let's talk about the Liberian community and let's talk about what we need to do. So hold on just a second. I'm sending the link here. Mr. Savannah Spilly, Mr. What's his name? Wanted to join us. Mr. Yana Volula said he would love to join the conversation too. So I'll be hoping that Mr. Volula will also join the conversation tonight. And Mr. Tony Givler, I don't know if he stay half the time. Mr. Tony Givler said he would love to join the conversation. So I'm sending the link. Oh, sorry, that's not a link. That's the show. So those of you following also want to say thank you for following us. Thank you for being on the Logan's Hour too. Today we're going to have a real conversation. We're going to talk about, let me post some of the things we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about this flyer here. This flyer was the first general meeting that the Liberian people had in when? The flyer said the first general meeting was when? December 11, 2022. December 11, 2022, that's when we want to discuss the first inaugural budget. So we want to discuss this budget, and while in the process of discussing the budget, it was agreed at this meeting that I keep posting something here. Sorry that the wrong chat I posted here. Sorry for that. So at this meeting here, it was agreed that the Liberian Association of Indiana will have $9,000 or $9,000 plus to have the inaugural program. So it was at this meeting on the 11th of December that budget passed to have whatever that was slated for the inaugural program. So when you see here, the inaugural program, $9,567. That's what the inaugural committee requested for. So on this flyer here, that meeting was done on the 11th. And also the turnover ceremony from the past leadership to the current area leadership, it was on Saturday, November 19 at 3:00 p.m. So while we were still discussing this budget, if you look here on Exhibit 1 of the Liberian Association of Indiana meeting that was just held, it says that the financial secretary disbursed on November 29, the financial secretary disbursed $2,500 to the committee. So while the budget was still under discussion, which is December 11, then November 29, the financial secretary already disbursed $2,500. So we will be discussing all of those discrepancies. We'll be talking about how did the financial secretary had the authority, or from whom she took that authority to give money, while we, the General Assembly, never passed that entire budget. That budget was still under scrutiny. We were still debating the budget, and now money was already been disbursed in that direction to give 2,500, while we were still discussing this in December of 2022. So we will have our people joining us shortly here. So just a second here. Let me connect my own big brother here, so he can join the conversation, because he will speak more of that. He have been raising the red flag, and those of you who following us, this is not anything to critique anybody. It's just to talk about what is unfolding. Let me see here. So those of you who would love to ask a question as the conversation unfolds, you can put your question in the comment section, or you can also ask a question at the end of the show. So people who want to join us here, they will be joining us shortly. So I already sending the link out, so to my guests and everybody else. So if you receive the link, you can join the show right now. So as I stated, some of the things we're going to be discussing, I was just trying to spice it up before my guys can get here. We'll summarize what happened in the meeting as well, motions that were passed, what we disagree with, what we agree with. We'll also talk about everything. But key on this here, so it says here on November 28th, 2022, money received from the financial secretary, it was $2,500. So $2,500 was received by the inaugural committee from the financial secretary. $2,500. So record the date. So that was November 28th. So when did the Liberian Association Rufus Tati administration turn over to the Parkers administration? The Rufus Tati administration turns over all documents to the Parker administration on Saturday, November 19, 2022. Then what happened in the process? The first meeting called by the Parkers administration to discuss the budget of the inauguration, it was on what? The inaugural ball. It was on December 11. On Sunday, December 11, Parkers administration called their first meeting to discuss this budget. But now, surprisingly, while we were still discussing the budget hasn't been passed yet. We haven't concluded if we're to give this money to the inaugural committee or not. Boom! What happened secretly? The financial secretary disbursed $2,500 on November 28th, while we still had a budget to be discussed. And trust me, we have the dossiers, we have everything here. Mr. Savannah Spiller is also right now in studio, and all the documents you see me displaying here, he have it on a computer. The man, he's a genius. The community is blessed to have him. I know he have crammed all of these documents. He's coming to speak very extemporaneously, as he always doing here. You know the man, a crew man, a Satya is Satya, what the mayor need friend and the finance minister, Samuel two of them friend, all them went to school together, Padre boys. So they bought about a notebook. So that while so that when they speaking to you, they can speak to you in a way where you think that they are being rough, they are being very argumentative, but they are not. They just want you to speak the truth. That's why when most time we speak to Mr. Savannah Spiller, he asks you, what's the source? How authentic is that? So now when he asks you a question, you get embarrassed. You feel like, oh, but what am I asking me to do for? Then it become a problem. But tonight, Mr. Savannah Spiller going to throw more light on what we're talking about here on this inaugural ball. But first of all, we will bring Mr. Savannah Spiller in right now. We'll talk about the meeting on Saturday. And I think we need to strengthen up some of these things that we have, because I think on March 12th, the agenda of the meeting, if you can see the agenda of the meeting, all those that went to the meeting, this is the agenda of the meeting here. They say meeting called to order by the president. This was an executive, how they call it, emergency meeting called to order by His Excellency President Junior K. Parker, opening prayer, the parliamentarian proceeding by the parliamentarian Horty Pabo, reading of the last meeting minutes, SG, Rawa Kere, presentation of financial reports, inaugural committee, any other business, and adjournment, prayers, and blah, 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 blah. So, one key issue I have for the whole entire meeting I will always go into is the parliamentarian proceeding. The parliamentarian proceeding has never been the right way, as we all know parliamentarian proceeding should be. And I think to maintain order in a meeting and to make sure we do not go to our meeting always ending in a disruptive fashion. I think the president of the Liberian community, Mr. Julius Parker, he have to go to Amazon and order this book called Robert Rules that has to do with parliamentarian proceeding and give a copy to the current parliamentarian, Mr. Horty Palmer, so he can understand the parliamentarian proceeding. In parliament, as a parliamentarian, you don't need to be more political and recognizing only people from your administration. Do not recognize the other people. So that is wrong. And I think the parliamentarian has caused the meeting to be more noisy, and the meeting is not proceeding in the right way. 2 meetings the Liberian Association have had over the time, and it have never ended well or end up in the way we do not expect. And I think the president need to do something about that, and the parliamentarian need to know his function. I think that's where he's lacking right now. So let's go and bring some of our people in. We have Mr. Savannah Spilly here. Also in the background, we have the tough talking Mr. Ivan Gibbon Smith also here in the background. I think he's a little busy, so he will have a camera off. So those of you following us, you can also accept that Mr. Gibbon Smith going to have his camera off for today's program. And just before you forget, we are on the Logan's Hour. We're going to be back, and when we come back, we will take Mr. Savannah Spilly and Mr. Gibbon. All right. Thank you again. Thank you for joining us again. We are back. Now we're going to bring Mr. Savannah Spilly in studio. Mr. Savannah Spilly, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Welcome to the Logan's Hour again.
Thank you very much for bringing me on.
And I have the tough talking Mr. Ivan Gibbon Smith. He's right in the back here, and he said today you have his camera off because his background is not pleasing right now. So we will accept that he will have his camera off. Mr. Ivan Gibbon Smith, how are you?
My dear brother, thanks for having me on.
All right. So today we have Mr. Ivan Gibbon Smith here, and we have Mr. Savannah Spilly here. And Mr. Ipolula said he wanted to be part of the conversation. I sent him the link. And Mr. Anthony Gibler as well said he would love to be part of the conversation. So tonight we will have the conversation around the meeting, the just ended Liberian Association meeting. And we will also go a little more into other issues, but specifically we'll talk about the meeting that we all anticipated, that the issue of financial, inaugural report will have been put to rest, because we know a few days from now we will be going into the discussion about Judah 26 budget. And okay, I see my dear brother here, the scientist, coming to join us. The scientist. So today I plan to call my brother Jeremiah. I wanted to say, my brother, long time we see you, the community miss you. So today, for the first time after a long period, the scientists have been busy. I know with school or with work, or maybe he took a little sabbatical, but today he's going to show face. I just sent the scientist the link. So I'm just letting you know that the talking Jeremiah Saleh is about to appear right now on the screen. So anybody else from the government, if you want love to be part of the conversation, you can also request the link. We'll bring you on as the conversation unfolds. So let's go to Mr. Savannah Spilly. Everybody know him. Everybody know Gibbon Smith. So there's no need for formal introduction. For those of you who following us, this is Mr. Savannah Spilly, resident of the Liberian community, tough talking to, the man who do not shy away, the man who, when you bring it to him, he will bring it to you. And if you bring it to him, there's a law that says to every action, there's equal and opposite reaction. Let's hear for you.
Yeah, you know, it is pathetic though.
Mm-hmm.
It is. It's kind of like I don't know how to place it, because leadership comes with you being authentic, you being real with the people you intend to lead. But if you will sit and try to push a pending motion into this array, that the meeting will just go off and no answer, after which you ask the assembly.
Mhm.
What can I do after you try to adjourn the meeting and the assembly objected to your adjournment?
Mhm.
That's shameful, though. And I don't really, I'm not trying to throw shade on people and their activity as it covered LAI.
Mhm.
But you know, Packers should be very careful because everything that is unfolding today was inherited. He inherited these problems. It is not a problem of his.
Mhm.
So he should allow the community to solve their problem, not to serve as a blockade or want to use the compromise board as a way forward.
Mhm.
If you look at the reports that they submitted, they were already using the money before the budget was passed.
Mhm.
So pray tell me, they already have their organized efforts. They already have their organized attempt. They already have their own thing going, plan, envision that they want to execute before coming to the body on December 11th. Because it's Fatima being the financial secretary. She's
Mhm.
an elected official. Nobody put gun on her head to sign check on November 28th or to issue money out of the account on November 28th, even if the president asks her to do so. Nobody asks her to do that. Nobody pressure her. It's not a death threat. Knowing that your father is a board member and the secretary of the board, I don't think I don't think she even discussed that with her father. Because I believe that Honorable H. Momo family is
Mhm.
now trying to do damage control.
But Savannah, before you go far, let me ask this question: isn't it a crime that a budget that hasn't been passed for you to start disbursing money before the budget can be passed?
Okay,
Because if you
let me get to it.
go back.
In accounting,
Mm.
whenever you do that, they call that after the fact. That means it's not recorded. It will never be recorded. It is after the fact.
Mhm.
I'm not an accountant.
Yeah, go
My
ahead.
father is a CPA. I'm
I
not an
know Murray's
accountant.
go up, follow Murray. If you love the
It's,
John, I know
it,
you're
it
at
is
work.
it is after the fact. So you have already spent the money. Be nuanced to us. Nobody know what you spend the money for, how you spend the money. So it's already after the fact. So when they brought the budget to us to be
Mhm.
passed, the budget was passed on December 11th.
Yes, the flyer is here.
But
I paid for it
November
yesterday.
28th,
Mhm.
November 28th, according to the reports,
Mhm.
a check was received of 2,500
It's true.
from the financial secretary. They did not say from LAR. They
Yeah.
tried to maybe push her under the bus because she don't know her rule. Because Fatih cannot issue check all by herself. Robert cannot issue check all by himself. It's either Fatih and Robert with the approval of Richard Boyer, or Fatih and Parker with the approval of Richard Boyer, or Robert and Parker with the approval of Richard Boyer. I still use Richard Boyer saying with the approval because Richard Boyer served in a role like no other in this
Mhm.
community. So if Richard Boyer know that he's the members ex officio
Mhm.
on every committee, on every committee,
Mhm.
that means the president has the appointing right. He have the deciding role. President has the right. He has the role to decide on the activities of all those programs or projects that they intend to do. So how come Fatty is now signing checks with Parker and issuing it to Eto Kumba without the acquiescence of the executive committee that comes with Horty Palmer, with Robert Carey, and have Richard Boyer? Because the first thing I thought this leadership would have done after inauguration was to move for a special election for the chaplain to complete the executive committee strength. But their effort is all about to be attacking people who speaking the truth, to be telling foul about people who try to move this community forward. And that is wrong. That is completely wrong. If you, like I said on Sunday, since LAI been in existence, since 2008, October, I came in this community. 2009, Castle won election from Sia. Since that time, LAI has been going down the hill. Down the hill. Castle leadership, he coerced everybody to resign. He remained the only signatory. He started shipping cars to Liberia. Similar thing with J.D. Walker. Everybody resigned. Similar thing came to Harvey Peno. Ebe Gate resigned. Jan Volula resigned. The only leadership that nobody resigned was Rufus Tati. But he was placed in a box. Now it comes to Parker. They still carry on those same mentality. So let's say Fatty Wakuhe is signing a check that she know nothing about signing. But because she finance secretary, you know what I'm saying? She hyped, she wants to sign, she just signed because she wants the inauguration to go on. She wants nothing to stop it. But was that the right thing to do? No. It wasn't the right thing to do.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
not at
So
all.
now, Fatty have signed that check. That check passed. Another time they'll come back to her. Can you sign this? Or Robert, can you sign this? Robert said no. Then he go to Fatty. Fatty said no. Then it become a problem, right? That what happened with the Jeremiah Sele, who coming now to be scientist on this show tonight. Jeremiah Sele was secretary to Castle. On a midnight at IUPUI campus, Castle came to Jeremiah to sign a check. We were there studying. And he knew that I know. I said, Jeremiah, what are you going to do? He said, I'm going to turn the check to him and resign. Because he was overwhelmed. As a young collegiate in school, trying to serve the community, when the council was burdening him. Jeremiah was not the only person that did that. The next person that did that was Mother Josephine Nan. She threw the book on Castle at Richard Carter's house, right near the place that David Gertie stays now. And she resigned. Those resignation was uncalled for. These people were willing to serve. But did they give them the respect and the protection? No. So everybody will say, Jeremiah could have said this. Mount Joseph could have said this. But this is in continuation of what's been going on. Now it came to J.D. Walker, Bulu Tebia, who took out a radio. I will call police on Sunday. He was the chairman on J.D. Walker inauguration. Did he give us any detailed reports? Did he give us any receipt? The same star Eto used. The receipt is in my car. The receipt is in a binder. You can come and see it. But you know that I know. You will not give or detailed report. At least Eto gave some sense in her breakdown. Budu did not give sense. He gave a round figure. That slide under the decks. Nobody questioned it at that time. But this is completely wrong. There has been no inaugural committee in Indiana for the Liberation for LAI that have ever given us any reports that we can go back to, reflect or reference, and say, oh, I think Pele is wrong. Or Rivers will call today and say, oh, you're wrong because my inaugural committee, they gave a detailed report. Fiasco. It's a lie. Nobody. So we need to start something anew. We need to change the course of action. We need to tell people when you steal, you are rogue. And be decent, tell them, say, oh, you are rogue. Because look at the breakdown. Can you imagine Draper took 1,021.84 cents to print program and design program? Draper is a co-chairman for another committee, for heaven's sake. That's insider trading. Fatima received $80 to design draft of save the date. Fella told us in Isabella garage how all went down. He even said to us that he's the advisor to Packer. When Packer needs things, Packer call him. So I understand that explicitly that they report, and he said it even at Robert. He said they gave them the reports a week plus ago before they brought the reports to us.
Yes,
He
I
said
remember that. I remember that.
And all the things he was saying, it boiled my blood. Because it's like he felt like he was entitled to brag rights. But in all honesty, the reports is a make-up report.
All right, Mr. Sylvanus Philip, we'll come back to you. I know you got more to say tonight, and
Yeah, of course.
tonight going to be heat, I can say. So let's go to our brother. Before we go to our brother, let's recognize the professor here. Let me unmute you, Professor. I think I heard some background noise. How you doing, Professor Pele?
Thank you so much, Philip. I'm doing well this evening, and I'm really excited to be on the show today.
Thank you so much, Professor. I saw you in the meeting for the first time. I see you in a meeting and you kept quiet and you just listened and observed. And at a certain point in time, as I sat down to the point, I looked back and said, well, she's not talking to them. What's going on?
Yeah, today I had a good reason for that on Sunday. Now I have an opportunity here tonight to share. You know, why was I quiet? Why was I observing the room? Why was I just listening? You know, we found out from LAR chat room that short-sighted now is an insult.
Oh yeah, I saw that
But
the other day.
it has come to pass that short-sightedness is what caused us to be in this predicament today. You know, when you see things from a distance and you have a foresight, you act differently. And that's what happened. I remember when we went for that meeting for the budget to be passed. I did not vote for the budget.
Yes, I remember that.
I didn't vote for the budget for two reasons. My first reason was because of the people spearheading the inaugural activities was the first reason why I didn't vote for the budget. My second reason of not voting for the budget is that we wanted change. We wanted new, but it was going to be same old, same old. I was not about to add myself to the list and then keep turning in my bed. What decision did I make? When the budget was passed that day, I remember vividly like it was yesterday. Sia sat behind me in that meeting. Sia could not sit on her chair. She was that hot.
Yeah.
I mean, they were moving like a move. They were changing state on us. And I felt her enthusiasm. And I guess it was because she saw herself as they're going to see what we can do. But what she did not realize, she was alone. But she thought she was in a team. She was with a team. And it was very, very sad at the meeting. When she raised her hand, you know, she was the first person that opened the conversation after Etta gave her report.
It's true.
That's what shocked me and had me dumbfounded to my seat. This girl was too excited about this program and the things that she was going to do to participate in that program. And she was never given the opportunity to do that. For her to come to the meeting and be the first to raise her hand and lay things out that I was a member and I was never a part of this, it was as clear as daylight. Oh my God. Thank God I really did choose my position well not to vote in this budget, because what I foresaw came to pass. These people that's heading this, where are they going to take us? It's going to be the same old, same old. And exactly that's what was brought back to us. Same old, same old. You know, it's hard to see a wall, walk into the wall, and expect to have a breakthrough. If you don't have a power tool, you on your own. Because hitting the same wall over and over is not going to make a dent or a change for you to go through it. You got to add more pressure and force. That would not take after doing it the first time to the second time. That's expertise come into play. And the president, I understood, was very adamant about this group, as if they had a change that the community would have been proud of. So it tells you that he knew something, but he just didn't know how it was going to blow up. So he wanted to work with them because he worked with them in the past. He was the secretary distributing fund when they did the inauguration with roofers. So they have worked together. So whatever transpired that time must have been befitting to everyone. So I want to work with them again. But that was not even the iceberg. When I look on the report, and for Fatima, who is the financial secretary, distributing money, but also gaining by getting paid contract, that is a no. Fatima ought to know better. But because it is what it is, and we can do what we want to do, let's just do it. Who's going to question us? The president already put us there. We will do it. And I don't want to even assume the background conversation, but I want to tell you the background conversation. Y'all do what you know how to do. I don't want the president. I'm here. I put you there. Good choice. Now he will have to deal with his choices. Because from this inaugural committee, it has set a bad stage. You remember in the meeting, I clearly and distinctly said, this program going to mark your first program in the community. You want to be very inclusive in your selection of your committee that will work on this program. Because if you don't get the community involved, this will not set a good precedent. And exactly, they acted as if they were going to have the community involved, but they ostracized them. Even their own members, they cut them out. They did things without telling them. Now, is that a functioning good relationship? Is that an environment you want somebody to work in with you? That's not one. And it's disheartening because for as long as LAI has existed, we don't have a shovel in the dirt. We've never put a stone in the ground. We have nothing to show for all the governments, but yet they want to impose on us we should pay our dues. When our due money is what you are recklessly playing with. You distributed funds before the General Assembly even gave you the money you asked for. That's putting your hands in the pot before time. How can you distribute November when we had a meeting January and you got the money? What did you do? How did you get the opportunity to get into the money before time? Who were the signatories? The same people. But because they have been doing it for so long, they just didn't know when to stop. And they just got caught with their pens down this time. It is really disheartening.
Thank you so much, Professor Pele. We'll get back to you. Now we have been joined by the scientists, Mr. Jeremiah Saleh. It's been a while. We haven't seen you in the Liberian community, but thank God you asked to join the conversation tonight. And before the scientists come in, we have Mr. Jeevan Smith, who has been waiting on the line here for some time. So let's hear from you, Mr. Jeevan Smith, and we'll come back to the scientist to introduce himself.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Mr. I don't know where to start from. It's just too much to talk about.
if I can just give you where to start from, can you just I'm gonna display them on the screen here. So we have documents here that says that the area 10 over here, it was Saturday, November 19, 2022. Area first general meeting to discuss the budget for the inaugural ball. It was on December 11, 2022. Now, while we still discussing the budget hasn't been passed. We haven't concluded on what we were doing. Surprisingly, we saw that the financial secretary disbursed 2,500 on November 28th.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's the starting point. I can start from there. I've been following.
Okay.
I mean, while I was speaking figuratively, it's like uh, I don't want to use the word shocking because I'm not surprised. You know, we usually gauge people based on their past performances, and we study their psychology on why they do things. That issue with the financial secretary disbursing funds before that time, and all the players that were actively involved, we are talking about precedents that these people have displayed over and over and over, but because nobody called into question, or when people have tried to call into question in the past, these people were ganged up against, and they were either sidelined or some of them were threatened. So it's a trend. The financial secretary, bless her heart, she knows nothing about finances. She may be good at other areas, but when it comes to financial secretary role, it's a community thing. She might learn into it. But if the people that are around her for who she's trying to learn from, if they're going to coerce and they're going to put her in positions where they will push her under the bus, then she should be ready to take the fall. That's one. Two, for you as an elected official, as the financial secretary, to sit there and get paid $80 for designing a flyer for a very committed, is this a voluntary thing or no? Because here's the thing, let's say, let me preach the devil advocate, what she getting paid for her skills and her talent. When we ask Ma Mary to cook for our community, do we pay Ma Mary for her talent?
No.
Oh, why not? Well, because she's not an elected official.
Probably.
Why are we picking and choosing? Oh, so only elected officials will get paid for their volunteering job. Look at when you look through the report. Well, I mean, it's shocking. We spend minus, not including the amount, the $50 I was paid for gas for U-Haul. We spent almost $300 on gas alone. Almost $300 on gas for an inaugural program. That is gas money that dispersing out to people. One of them said meeting with Mary Clark, and they gave gas for somebody to meet. Is this this thing about community volunteering? So when people tomorrow come and say, "Oh, the free job we're doing," is it a free job, or is people are getting paid or getting hand out in the background that they're not reporting to the community? If you and I are in this society, we all know how people deal with technicality. If you work for a company and you get paid for gas, they ask you for your mileage. Are these people going to present their mileage, their beginning mileage and the ending mileages for us to calculate it? If you live 5 minutes away from the Dollar Tree, are we going to pay you $40 for gas for driving down to the Dollar Tree? Are these little things, and then we'll sit down and we'll cry corruption. People like when people corrupt, like when people are not appreciated. The free thing doing for a community, then really, if we were to take this report and to start, we are a 501c company, and you have to break these down. But actually, our gas money, we can claim it on our taxes as an organization. But guess what? Tomorrow, if for some reason we get audited, say, okay, well, you see, you spend this amount of money on gas in this year. Give me your receipt. Where's your mileage? Then what we're going to do? So I think most of these things when I report the details, they were just pushed there as a CYA. They're trying to find a cover up. We need the details. I'm glad that they listed the things. We need the details. We need a receipt. There's a $100+ order for the deputy mayor for Indianapolis, pin suit. I hope they keep in receipt on it because I'm in a political position. Because questions will be asked, and his office will hear for that. We sit down and spend. There's some money item order for alcohol permit. Doesn't the venue have alcohol permit? Don't they have a license to serve alcohol at that venue? Then we say alcohol permit. Whose name is the alcohol permit in? That's an individual in this community who's going to use alcohol. Once you have the alcohol permit in your name, you can use it to work on it and make money, get paid for it. Who name is it in?
Yeah.
So that individual still is standing out, is in a position to benefit on behalf of the community in the name of volunteering my services. No, you're not volunteering your services. You are being paid for something that the community did not approve of. Then you sell a bartender $150, then another bartender $50 again. What are all these discrepancies? How you make trips? You have a planning committee. How you make 3 trips to Dollar General to buy, you said glassware, 3 different times. What's the planning committee job then? You already anticipated how many persons going to come. You didn't sit down and plan, say, okay, if this amount of person going to come, we're going to need this amount of glass, or glasses, or glassware also return it. We got to keep making trip and trip and trip and trip and trip. Then the next thing I'd like to pinpoint on is you talk about, and thanks to all those who donated, that was very great, outstanding. But these people that made a donation, they haven't been treated fairly. You list the names, you put it's what they donated. And I'll just pick out a few. It says someone donated 1 case of this drink.
Yeah, and that was a talking point at the meeting. A lot of people felt they were never appreciated.
Okay, and those who were okay, I'm not going to go into that. At least they're seeing it for themselves, because that is what we always try to highlight in this community, that you will do something, and the very community will keep their mouth shut when you are pointing out that these people are not being appreciative, or when they sit down and are making false claims and lie. What have you done? When they're asking this question, what have you done for this community? When they're asking those very people. And because not everybody that do something like to put their chest out like, oh yeah, y'all gave me the car, I just donated 1 rim of sheet to the community, y'all clap for me, y'all put me on a pedestal. And those very people have been asked, what have you done for this community? You talk about gas meeting with Mary Clark. So now the question we're going to start raising now is Mr. So now apparently it's not a volunteer job. Is Mr. Parker getting or pay? Is people on the administration now that are elected, are they getting paid for traveling for meeting? That they're not going to reflect now? Are we going to be surprised when we ask them when we try to audit them? Or I got paid for gas for traveling for meeting for the community that you say you are serving in a volunteer position. If you get paid for gas, you are not volunteering because that was not part of the budget. You're not volunteering anymore. You are getting paid. Yeah. If you didn't charge for your time, then oh well, it's on you. But now you're charging for gas. So you are getting paid for that. So it's not a volunteer job. So that myth of this community that yeah, we do it for the love of our community. That myth right there it becomes questionable now. And let everyone in the community see it today. It has continued and it will continue until we all stand on that and start to bring it out there. When people say they volunteer for the community, this is what they call volunteering, because guess what? Me, I play. I want me to go to the store, go buy it here, or want me to go pick up the drink for that person. I get gas. They gotta give me gas money. It's listed in there. Gas, 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 gas. Really? We past has been, maybe we don't know about it. Mr. Parker been over the financial side before, maybe even dispersing money for gas before. Because this report lie on his desk and he saw it and saw the gas or items listed on it, and he did not question it. Then maybe it's a trend. He's aware of it. So do we start to question something he had done in the past also when he was over other committees? So the issue of the drink, you say someone donated 1 case of drink. What's the size? What's the quantity? I can bring a 6-pack. That's 1 case. A 24-pack, that's 1 case. But guess what? If you bring a 24-pack and I come and if you give me a 24-pack and say, hey, sir, go ahead, that's my donation to the association, and I swap it out with a 6 case and a 6-pack case and bring it, this is Philip's donation. He gave 1 pack. Everybody clap. You may not be there, but then guess what? How many already are there? 18 is I'm pocketing.
It's true.
What the issue of accountability is say that we don't know exactly what accountability is, or all we do is to talk, and to actually do, it becomes an issue. I will stop there for now.
Thank you so much, Mr. G. Smith. So we have somebody from the government just joined us, Mr. Jeremiah Chie. He's joining us right now. So we'll go to our brother, Mr. Sele. Mr. Sele just joined. I know he browsing through that report as G. was calling some numbers. So Mr. Sele won't be sure because people in the science field they play with math. So you want to point out some of those discrepancies. But who knows? You could come from the side that we suspect or not. You can like, gentlemen, shut up. Everything right. But the Sele, that here for you. We can't hear you, Mr. Sele. Are you there? Oh, we can't hear you, Mr. Sele. Check your mic. Ooh. All right, so while Mr. Sele trying to set up his mic, you are muted, Mr. Sele. We can hear you. So let's hear from Mr. Chia. Mr. Chia, introduce yourself. Mr. Sele, we cannot hear you. Go off and come back. Yeah, just go off and come back. Just log out and see if your volume will come back. Mr. Chia, introduce yourself, please.
Well, thank you, Philip. Thanks to your panelists and everyone following the Logan's Hour. Well, I thought to join this course to speak to a few things, especially as it relates to the post or the pre-inaugural.
No, we can't hear you, Mr. Sele. Sorry, Jeremiah. Go ahead, Chia.
Yeah, especially as it relates to the pre-inaugural funding that the government received pending the actual passage of the budget. It's a practice that whenever there's a new government, there's a turning over ceremony. Immediately after elections, the bull assumes responsibility for the administration, and the bull, in consultation with the incoming administration, will indeed go forth with spending. But it has to be done with the approval of the bull. So that was put into play. And what happened was the bull was consulted prior to the withdrawal of those funds from the accounts of the association, because there was a need for the booking of the hall for the inaugural program. So the bull.
That's a second. Mr. Sadiq. Yeah, Mr. Sadiq, can you hear me? We still can't hear you, Mr. Sadiq. Something happening to net to your phone. You want to unplug your headphone and see? We can't hear you. Unplug your headphone and see. We see Mr. Tally Vogel. He's following us from Liberia right now. Mr. Vogel, I want to say welcome to the Logan's Hour. My Annie Gibson. Thank you for joining us. Tutu Makati, Logan's Hour Princess, and Mr. Jeremiah Chi was in flight. We're just going to give him a chance to just let on what he was saying. So those of you just following, or if you don't know, tomorrow is a harder day. It's my Vera birthday. Happy birthday, my Vera. And tomorrow is also my dear brother and friend Ronnie Akwe birthday. So Jeremiah, are you there? All right, go ahead, Chie.
Oh, I think it was going to take me off balance, but I can recoup. And what are some margins there? Okay, let me extend birthday felicitations to Mount Vera and Roland Akwe. I will still not be thrown off balance because the thing is the incoming administration had to get up and running with funding approved by the board, because by then the board was in charge of every association's agenda. So the outgoing turned over to them, and now those who were the transition team went ahead. Before you can go about having an inaugural program, you need funding to book the call and other things. So those bidding were done, and it was done with the approval of the board that had to approve those fundings for the association to go and book the call. The issue as it relates to the allegation that Fatty was paid some $80 for making stuff, those are all fallacies. The $80 was allotted to the printing cost attached to all those invitations, all those small paraphernalia you saw all there. That was why those monies were expended. It wasn't given to her as a salary. Fatty has educated. Listen.
Go ahead. Because the report is specifics.
Yeah, the report is specific, but you have to understand that nobody of the caliber of Fatty will go and do a job to get paid $80. She way above that free. So
but the report mentioned in here, the report said on December 29, designing a flyer to Fatty, $80.
Because listen, all this information I'm giving you is in consultation with the board and the Secretary General. I just got up the line with the Secretary General, and he has all the printing of those documents to prove and to show to the community. I just got on the phone with the president to prove everything, because these are staunch allegations, and they need to be met with a state of either denial or tell the people what it is. That's why we are here to provide that clarity.
Yeah, so they make it clear. They say designing and printing of the program. So that was $1,021.84. But they mention Fatty here on the net column that is clear. It's not joined with the printing of the program. So they're making us to understand that the flyer that Fatty made for this flyer costs $80. That's what they're saying to us.
What I'm telling you is that there was cost attached to the printing of those things, and those monies were expended in that direction, not to personal gain. It wasn't warranted for aggrandizement. So
just a point. So why they separated the cost of the flyer from the actual printing?
No, these are financial reports. You have to be adequate in how you pronounce and expend these things. You have to itemize, and you can't put everything together before you confuse the public. That's why they were divided as per the way they were expended. They don't have to come together in a bulk form so that people get confused. That's why they made it bit and pieces. Even if 5 cents was given to my Mary shop down the road, it would be indicated, because in that, people will understand how these monies went out. Because besides the financial report coming for you to peruse it and to see it, we wouldn't have known that $80 was given to Fatty for X, Y, and Z. But it was done in the interest of printing additional and more souvenirs for that program, and that was the cost attached to it. Absolutely. And I want to be clear on this. The people will not go into the coffers of the Liberian Association without the approval of the board, because there are signatures that should be attached before a withdrawal is enacted. So
yes,
financial secretary
will be placing call to the board secretary as well.
Of course, you need to do that, because on these allegations, it's like maybe people will smear people because of little or nothing. But $80 is nothing as it comes in connection with the financial secretary. She did her due diligence by ensuring that these things were done from the top echelons all the way before you got to her. And the receiving of that money was done with the approval of the board. Unanimous. It was unanimous.
But Jeremiah, just in case, because you from the government, that's why I asked him more questions. If Fatty, who is the financial secretary who disbursing money, and her name is mentioned in the report that she received $80 to design flyer, don't you think that is inside trading?
No, I wouldn't term that inside trading. Fatty is the custodian of those funds. So if she received money and doing a project on behalf of the administration, that shouldn't be termed as inside trading. Because
so she paying herself.
What if those monies were expended and given to the Secretary General for the printing of those materials? It wouldn't still be termed as inside trading, because we work for the government. What I'm saying is that she's charged with that responsibility. So all the fiscal channels runs back to her, because when audit is conducted on her in 6 months, we want to see all those pennies and all those money that were expended, and we got to see it being listed as it is, because I'm telling you, this is
Okay,
a privilege.
so just a short point before you get land. Do Fatty have a printing press? Did she ever issue an invoice or a receipt to the administration to back it up?
Listen, the issue of having a printing press, we shouldn't be going down that narrow gap. You know, nothing is done for free. Nothing is done for free. So if you're telling me that because she didn't provide or whether she owns a printing press, you know that if you're doing a project that has to do of that magazine, you know it's not for free. Even the link you send out to people, the internet you use is not for free. People come on this show because you pay your money yearly and monthly to ensure that Liberian people get the needed information. So it wasn't done free. So these things, it was done all in line with the law. That's the key point. It was done in line with the law.
But if somebody said, Mr. Logan, I want to do business with you, I want you to advertise my business, this is what I will pay, and I will need your EIN to file taxes, I will give it to you because my business is registered as well. So if I have a business, because the Liberian Association of Indiana is a registered organization and should be doing business with legitimate vendors. So you have to do business with people who are going to issue you receipts because we are depending on donations. So we have to file all the things doing taxes. So how do we file that?
So if you're talking about how do you file
Jeremiah,
that? Can you hear me?
Okay, now you are good. Go ahead, Chie. After you, then we'll go to Jeremiah Chie.
So
we have to get Chie sometimes because Chie defending the government. I can tell from his seat getting hot.
No, it's not. It's not at all. You need to understand. If you would depend, if the association will link or $80 only for filing purposes, you know there are things that will be done and expended on behalf of the administration that wouldn't go through those channels. If this lady, this young lady took up this job, that she's not getting paid for, this is voluntary. If she brought a colorful flyer that was printed and she paid for it, what are you telling me? Why are you sitting with it? We shouldn't be. It's not all of the time that we should look for the buy in the thing. We should try to find the good in these things.
No,
because
but Jerry, this is my point. If one person can print flyer for $80, then everybody else who did something for the organization should be paid too as well.
So you need us to tell you that you need us to provide receipt that the DJ received $500.
You should ask the DJ for receipt because you're doing business with him.
Listen to me. These are people in the community who provide the services. You don't have to choke the neck to understand that these people give.
But listen now about the DJ will provide his service contract.
There are certain things you don't question. There are certain things you don't question. And when you bring it to the friend on the show, it's like, Mr. Logan, we are telling you we want to use your show. We're not paying for this airtime that we own now to provide information. We're not paying a dime. Because listen, so when's the receipt of me providing clarity on the show? There's no receipt.
So at certain point in time, when you appear free, I don't have to provide receipt. But if you say, Mr. Logan, I will pay $10 to appear on your show on Wednesday, and the $10 is paid to me, I'm on an obligation to issue receipt that I received $10.
I am not going to pay to appear on your show to provide clarity for this community that you live in. I'm going to donate to your foundation to help the downtrodden in Monrovia.
That's true.
Because what? The information that's been provided is that this money just go withdraw like that with all the people or any authority around. And you know that after elections, nobody has that power to do that such thing besides the board. So the board authorizes it. You can place a call to the board secretary or the board chairman so they can provide additional clarity on that because the administration has documents to prove. And we know that things should be done the right way. That's the reason why when these things are going on, I could have told you, send the link to the financial secretary so she can provide this clarity. But then at the same time, if we're going to be talking on behalf of the government, nobody's going to go, no school is going to go untouched. That's what we tend to tell you. And the total money collected and requested for the booking of alcohol, you don't even have all the information. So you see, that it's saddens me to know that you need, anytime you provide critical issues to discuss on the show, you provide an arm of government. We shouldn't require you provide, listen, this is what will happen to you guys. So you're coming to provide clarity because it's a young lady who has desire to serve a community, character has been smeared for $80 that she's involved.
But her name is in this report, Jeremiah. How you make it let us people that got her name without being involved in the report?
Listen,
even if her name was involved in the report, we were going to discuss it.
Her name is in the report. She's a financial secretary, and she deals with our association's money. And like I told you, this is a privileged information. The government is going to be auditing itself after every 6 months. So
but the government's supposed to. First of all, I want the government to audit the inaugural committee first. The book can reach that point.
It's a whole new topic because now I cannot speak to those issues because you and I were at a meeting on the other day, and the president said turn over, sir, or practice or refer and reverted it to the board. And so now, why is in the board's court? We cannot speak to that until the board comes up with a decision. And if it comes up with a decision, if the public is not still fair in their opinion, then probably the president might institute, again I repeat, there's a slim chance that might institute an independent. But for now, it's on the court of the board. And now the board, the General Assembly, we all know how these things work. The General Assembly says this, and the president referred to that. We reject the report, and the report goes back to the administration, and the administration refers to the board. After the board comes up with a decision and comes back to, you don't know what the board might say. We all don't know. It's still in flight. If the board comes back and says this, then we can all rely on that, whether to accept or reject.
All right, let's go to Mr. Jeremiah Saleh. Mr. Saleh, go ahead.
Hello.
How you doing, my brother?
Are you guys getting me clearly?
Yes, very clear now. Very clear.
I had to switch my device from my computer to my phone because I was not getting through. But I'm here on the show today not to be more bombastic for several reasons, but I want to bring equilibrium to the discourse. Before I can do that, I will first want to say happy birthday to my daughters. My daughter's birthday is today. She turned 9.
Oh, wow. Happy birthday.
8 years from now, we'll have a daughter in college, hopefully. And that's how I know I'm getting older. Exactly.
Happy birthday, little princess.
So let's get directly into the discourse. The reason for which requested participation in the show is that I want to first lay the groundwork that to tell the administration thank you for the roadmap and the process they took. We have all lived in this community for so long, and when you look at the trends of the political atmosphere, there's a lot of changes occurring. This is the first time an inaugural committee went back to peruse the report and make adjustment. And for that, we should commend them. One of the reasons I'm taking this time to commend them as well is that the immediate past leadership, when we question their financial capability and their ability, they stereotype people. They never went in the house to clean a mess. But these are the same very people today that go to meetings and antagonize and attack people because they are not in leadership at this moment. And I will say this, I'm not afraid, I don't meet my word. I want to say this to the lack of Annie Gibson, who masquerade the street around here, calling my name and the name of other people of putting people into leadership. I hope she can desist from that. This is a clear caveat before I proceed. You should go and address the issues of concern, which is a budget, and give alternative. But don't go and tap people persons and people character. You need to deviate from that, because if you were in leadership and you were telling you for starting, don't listen to those boards, and today other people are in leadership and you're antagonizing them because things are not going your way, that is more personal. That is not ideological. And that indeed is a contradiction or contraindication and a contradistinction of our ideas. So I hope that Annie Gibson and other people can get this clearly, that when you come to the meeting, you should proffer ideas and put ideas on the floor. And other people that are in opposition today that's criticizing this administration for national report they brought to the floor, including my brother Maurice, who's my institute, say he's a financial expert. But in terms for you to carry on your financial expertise, then you still behaving novice like any of us on finances. Maurice said the budget is there, but Maurice has not given any budgetary or financial analysis. As an expert, it takes you 5 to 6 hours, brother, to explain to this community your financial background, because you compete for this thing, very financial role. This is where you demonstrate your knowledge. Don't be talking like the other people in the street that don't have the ideas on the same thing. Now let's go to this administration. This administration makes several mistakes. And I think for them, for this matter to be put to rest, they just have to make a public statement apologizing to the community. That the only way people will forgive them. If you go with all these shenanigans and the chicaneries, it's not going to work. You say somebody gave 2 crates of drinks. Somebody gave 3 crates of this. But still, we're not seeing the amount they gave you. How can we disciplinarily analyze the report without quantitative figure, but you're giving qualitative support? Why are we not looking at the financial trends? Now, to the financial secretary who took money and pre-spend the money and then come to us and say, I took it because at the time. When you took the money, did you explicitly make it public to the community? Once it was not public, then it was clandestine. Because you didn't come to the community and say, we're taking this money because we need this money now. But the money was taken, it was spent, everything. Before then, in the report, we get to know that the money was taken. So all of these things that happened, it was wrong. We as a community, we should be looking at what's the way forward. Because I'm telling you, this budget we take to the board. I don't know if the board has financial experts to peruse it.
Tell me about it.
So we are going to be discussing budget until July 26th. So I think the needful things to be done by this administration is to apologize to the community. So look, we did several things wrong, and going forward we fix it.
I think the board responsibilities to set up a audit and ethic board. So maybe that's what they're looking at.
Exactly. But that comes with consequences. We will not dive into the consequences today. So that's my thought for now. I will hold my breath. But I think it is important for the administration, the executive, because now they are acting confused. Because you bring an extensive list with 4-5 paragraphs, that will not convince the public that is authentic. What is authentic is that when the variables matches the outcome, when the quantitative and the qualitative analysis are done, and you can see them based on analysis trends. 2% buy crate, 4% buy this, 5% buy this, without no amount, is still a problem. I saw that Jeremiah City contributed and Jeremiah Chia contributed. But before I rest, the financial secretary took money for certain things. If she's going to take money for printing of flyers, why allow other people to be cooking free?
Jeremiah Chia will answer that question.
That is a contradiction, because other people needed money to cook. But you didn't tell them, say, we get finances here, if you need money, it's there. You say volunteer. You told people, everybody across the board, regardless of your status quo in this community, you are going to pay your $50 for VIP or your $30 for entry. Nobody was an exempt. But people partially took pay for their services, while other people were in the know that we are volunteering. I didn't know people were taking pay. If I knew people were taking pay, I was not going to go to the hall that night to clean up, because I was working. Because I was going to ask for my own fees for cleaning. Because we went to set up the tables and the chairs, not knowing that people were paying for services. Now, let me ask the financial secretary the question. When she was running her campaign, all the flyers she was printing, was she getting paid from her campaign team? How was she printing those flyers? Today, you are taking pay now when you're in leadership. But when you were campaigning, there were flyers of red, white, blue, green, purple, pink, all type of design. At the expense of what? Free. So you control the community, you persuade the community to get you position, then you start.
So they drop up the line. So let me ask Mr. Morris Moore to introduce himself.
Yeah.
Now go by to Mr. Savannah Spilly. We've been joined by Mr. Morris
No.
Moore and Mr. Jan Polula. So let Mr. Guwa just introduce himself. Go by to Mr. Savannah Spilly.
No, yeah, look, I'll introduce myself and also speak. Yeah, because
okay, before you speak, I will come back to you shortly because I have both people up there been waiting for long. So just introduce yourself small, then we'll go back to them, then we'll come back to you. I know you're at work.
No, Peter, Ali, give me 3 minutes or 4 minutes, please. I'll just just speak and just leave. I beg you, please.
Go ahead. Anyway, I'll your people then. So
Thank you very, Peter, thank you very much for the show and thank you for your service. I came on the show, unfortunately, my brother began to drag me in the mud. So I will respond to him and begin to respond quickly and leave the show. Thank you very much. You see, I always like to be proactive in my life.
I put it in the mirror up at you.
Putting there. I always like to be proactive. I don't let to react on things that always happen, then end up be regretting. When this local committee was set up, our Morris started blowing alarm. I come in late everything before today the thing happened. So listen, Jeremiah, carefully, please listen. When the people said the committee, I said this committee is unfair. Nobody on the Team Logan side, nobody is on the committee. You guys need to post somebody on that committee to balance the inaugural committee. We debate heavy on our group chat. At the end of the day, they leave it at that. Right after the inaugural board, they brought a report. They left the expense aspect of it. They brought the income. I blow alarm. This is my fee. I have knowledge in money. You said I have. I don't know everybody get the concept. When people ready to cheat, I can see the cheating. They left the expense. They brought the income. I blow alarm. Jeremiah, listen and listen, please. I blow alarm. I say, why you guys will bring the income and leave the expense aspect? Something beyond the carpet and all right. Logan, he came on the show, say we must discuss the report. I said, no, Logan, we cannot discuss the report without the expense. From there, they brought the report again. In a meeting, everybody started talking about the report. Everybody talking. You say, why talk? How can you talk when everybody finish seeing the problem? When the problem is already leaked, everybody cannot speak. So I left in that meeting, I kept quiet because everybody saw that the report was incorrect. From there, my friend, my brother, Jojo, who wrote a lot of things on the group chat, said one or only thing committee, even the report can only on that committee. Allah, you not put on the group chat.
That's true.
Who put it on the group chat, Jeremiah? You know, on the group chat, you gotta be asking some questions. Don't just come there and just speak against your brother. You don't do these things. You don't do this.
Which one is Jeremiah you talking to you first?
Jeremiah, my brother. I say my brother.
We're having an intellectual discourse and not speaking against you.
No, he said. No.
That's not speaking against you.
All right.
Yes, I said. No. Jeremiah, I'm not personal. But he came when he saw me on the show, he started to drag me because he saw me on the show smiling. So I just trying to clarify and also. So okay, so me just lay that place to rest. Let me go back to the report. The report is very, very unfair to the community. In the first place, the way they make the report, they use some jargon that it's not necessary to be used. If you look at the report, they say account summary. How can you say account summary and doing report summary? That's a report summary. There are a lot of things I cannot go deep because if I were to criticize that whole report, and they say Murray lost the election, that's what so that. So I gotta take it easy. I know what I'm doing because it is
the issue. Forget about taking it easy. You can't be taking it easy at the 3 years ago.
Remember, 3 years. Remember, we are discussing the issue right now. I discussing some problem that from the report that the jargon is being used. And they use so Chai said the inaugural committee just need to come and apologize to the community so we can lay the thing to rest. And the president can apologize, we lay the thing to rest and move forward. That's all I'm saying to the thing. Because even or bring other people, we at the bar waiting to order that people. The people are not to prepare the report. There are a lot of things of Ghana report, a lot of stuff Ghana report that they just gave. So I want to say thank you, my dear brother Logan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Murray Goa. So we have Mr. Jan Folula following us as well. Mr. Folula, are you there? Can you say hello to the people? Then we will go to Mr. Savannah Spiller and come back to you.
Yes, Mr. Logan, and the Logan Hours team, I want to say it is once again a privilege to be here. You know, I really appreciate the time giving me here. My name is Nyan Volula, and I'm a resident of Indiana. And again, I'm privileged to be here to discuss the issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Volula. So we're going to come back to Mr. Volula. Let's hear from Mr. Savannah Spiller. Mr. Spiller, go ahead. You've been here for some time. You've been following what's happening right now.
Yeah, in all honesty, I must make something clear tonight. Being on this show, and being in the interest of this community, we shouldn't be lying. We shouldn't be faking it. Jeremiah spoke. The two Jeremiah spoke. And in all honesty, there is no part of our constitution that gave the board the authority to make the president and secretary sign a check in issuance of pre-gala event, inaugural event. That's braggadocious, that's nonsense, Englishman says. Jeremiah, if you intend to defend this government, don't defend them with lies. Defend them with truth. Because we've been here, and we have followed everything. The Jeremiah Sele who you see here today, he was once secretary of LAI and he resigned because he was quizzed and forced to resign. He had his school, he had his life to focus on, but he resigned because why? He was quizzed. And he knows that. And we all knows that. Everything that's happening in this community, Paco inherited it, like I always say. We must adapt and stand for the change. If you want to be the mouthpiece for Paco, stop being emotional and stop articulating lies. Go to the facts. The board has no right. The board has no right to tell the leadership to sign check. That's not within the purview of the board. How will the board be the one to audit? Then the board is instructing to sign check. Pray tell me. Nobody's stupid here. We always say. The community is growing. We got our children that will follow after us. Like Jeremiah said, the committee need to come up front and apologize. They need to polish the jar. Because what? What they did was outrightly wrong. It was wrong. Look at the fictitious arrangement they did in Exhibit 1. Then you want to defend it, say, oh, Fatih received it, she above it. If she was above it, why she receive it? If she said she was above $80, why she receive the money? Maybe she did not receive it. She did it, and then tried to reduce that into writing as if she received it. So we have to go beyond that and follow. That's why I said in my preliminary statement, did Fatih talk to her dad before she received the $80? I doubt it. Did Fatih receive the $80? I also doubt it. But they tried to make up these reports. Why did Rose resign? Why did the leadership ask for the original document before presenting this document? Jeremiah, if you want to be a publicist, If you want to be a propaganda agent in this community, if you want to defend Paco well. Defend Paco honorably. Stop the lies. Stop the lies. Because in all honesty, we all been through this. You are just come to this. Jeremiah said it now. Who laughing? He'll tell you. We're on campus. We're studying. When Casa brought a check to him the son, and he threw the ball to Casa, he said, I resign. And we walk up in the engineering building. In the engineering building, and we're laughing. Because we're going to go study calculus. And the check signing was not important to us. I remember everything. I get a graphic memory. So when you see me advocating for this community, I'm not advocating from a wrong standpoint. The way forward for the community is to investigate this entire inaugural committee. Because what? Paco did not benefit from anything they do. Rufus did not. Jerry did not. This has been ongoing. Jeremiah can tell you, nobody have ever given us reports to all the new people in the community, including my wife. Nobody have ever given us any reports. They always kick it under the rug. This must end. Now Jeremiah Chair is the RRC chairman. I'm in the assembly. One critical analysis to tell Jeremiah Chair going forward is that before any budget is passed, if you want to do website, you want to do anything for the community, can we get invoice? Can we get contract to look over? Would that be seen as micromanaging? No, because your report is inadequate. So I believe that you're inadequate. Should we go that level now? Because the meeting did not end. We put a motion on the floor that we introduce an independent committee. Jeremiah Chia is telling us that the president said the board. We're not listening to the board. The board is subject to the assembly. The assembly says they want an independent probe or independent committee. If the president says he wants the board to intervene, the board is already compromised. If Fatih is the one giving check, and Fatih receiving money, and Fatih's father is the board secretary, we're not stupid. We are intelligent people. Just stop playing on us. This is the end. Let's draw the line now. Let's draw the line. And I will start right there, Jeremiah Chair. So keep your story. Keep your story.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Sabena Spilly. So before we go to Mr. Jivan Smith on the line, so let's hear from Mr. Jivan Smith and go to Mr. Jan Podule. Mr. Smith?
Yes. Yeah, I'd like to highlight a couple of points, and I'll start with Mr. Chia's explanation. The boy is cool with words, so he think that when he play the words around and then he use all the, he try to confuse people and this and that. Look, that work with certain people. If you don't know the category of people you're dealing with,
you're dealing with me.
Okay. So, in black and white, for me, I like to stick with what. I'm not talking about what is truth. I'm talking about what is facts and what can be proven. Because in my area, it's not who is right; it's who can prove that they are right. So to prove, and the proof that is in the English will say proof in the pudding. It's written on there. Exhibit 1 number 8, item number 8. They say they want to put it up for us. It said designing the flyer to Fatima $80. It did not say printing. It did not say printing press. It did not say nothing else. It said designing the flyer.
Yeah.
These people sat down and they looked over this document before they brought it to us. I don't know whether you saw it. I don't want to make assumption. So if you will be sitting there, someone said designing the flyer, and you want to sit there and convince people that can read, and you want to convince people in the community that can read and write, and say, no, why are you looking at it? It's fake. It's a lie. What they're saying is not true. You in the government, so now I see you guys brought it to us. Why you guys brought to us? Now you're sitting right here and telling us something completely contrary from what we read. So the next question would be, what else in here is not accurate that you're not telling us about? Did you get paid to go for a meeting? Because they said gas meeting for with Mary Clark. Exhibit one, item number 6. Gas received meeting with Mary Clark, $45.41. Did you get paid? I need to ask my sister Bernice. She when they had the program, she and Summer, they fly out. They did to put out there. Did they get paid for it? Because if they get paid for it, they need to they need to put out in their own report. We'll handle that later on. So if you say someone designing a flyer got paid $80 and you're trying to twist the words around, just leave that. Don't come on with all those charades. It's not going to work. Now, when who authorized it? If she's getting paid, let's say she's getting paid for her, is a skill. Not everybody knows how to design a flyer. So yeah, I think she should get paid for her talent. But when we asking other people in this community who have been serving this community also, not because our mothers don't like to come out or the older people like to come out because I don't want me, I want nobody can cost me. And every time when something is happening, we are asking them to stand up on their feet and cook for us to go and eat and enjoy ourselves. And we're not paying them for it. Then why? They should get paid too. Like Jeremiah still is there. You are out there cleaning up. Well, you get paid for the cleaning services too. And if you waive it and say no, I waive it, then it has to be reflected in the report. We are talking about auditing, and the point that Mr. Pillis just said. We are talking about auditing. You talking about auditing when the financial secretary and the secretary of the board that you said authorize the administration to sign the check, the $2,500 check. We need a deposit to put down the hall before the budget will pass. The deposit was $500. So why up to 2,500? If I even come out and say, look, you know what, out of good faith, we needed $500. So when we got $500 on the account, and because it was an emergency, we needed to secure the hall before someone else could take that debt from us. Therefore, say out of good faith, where the debt is not expedient, but out of good faith, it makes sense. We let it go. $2,500. What was the extra $2,000 for? In my little critical way of looking at things, I don't just say critical because I don't have to be critical on this. But let me look at it in a little man mind way. Like, did someone needed extra money to pay the rent at that time? And later say, oh, credit from the association, you can't carry the money, I'll pay the money back. We know these things happen in the background in our community. We shouldn't be playing with people' mind, like authority, so anything we say, they'll have to accept it. Like Jeremiah said, these people that are in the, that will make noise when they're critical, and then now when you try to question them when they're in power, they stand up into your throat. The part that he left out was when doing the taxes administration, the same party was part of that group. The same Yan was part of that group. That was standing up in people's throat. That they were taking people from in the chat room because it was the same question that Joseph Sele have asked when Taki just came to power. Similar questions. And when they started going back and forth, he got taken out of the chat room. When are we going to break this ring? Accountability is something, I don't usually say it's something simple, but you can keep it simple. The numbers don't lie. What are you guys trying to cover up? The gas. Almost $300 for gas to spend for inauguration. I don't know her, but I thought it was volunteer something. But now at least we all know and we're all aware in the community that this is not a voluntary stuff. When the community asks you, when LAI asks you to drive to go pick up someone, you should ask for your gas money because members of the administration are getting paid for the gas. I don't know what I would assume they're getting paid for the time and services too. Maybe they're not asking for that. But maybe it will reflect, maybe we won't ask for more detailed reports, maybe they'll reflect it out there. Mr. Tony gave her received $100. They said to pick up the mail.
Mm-hmm.
They said Mr. Tony gave her or do you have a cash service? He says in his name. Is it him personally or is it his business that received the money? Why it's not reflected correctly? Because if it's his business, if he was to come down to audit, then we ought to audit his business, what time he started, where he started from, when he went to pick up this person, how many the distance he drove for. If it's him personally, we thought he was doing a volunteer service. Okay, he wasn't doing a volunteer service. We pay him for it as an individual. We want to know his mileage. How much miles he took him? Where did he start driving from? Where did he end? We need to know the mileage. I've been privileged to use government gas and mileage before. When you file your taxes, they ask you for mileage. Even people in the medical field that travels,
yeah,
they have to record the mileages to be able to clean the gas. No, I'm trying to break this down simple. I'm not going to come on again.
Yeah.
But it really pains me for you to sit here and be using turning words around, creating things that don't exist, trying to put in the existence when the very people in the community, because oh no, that read the constitution, but I'll just go and use words and throw it around and it'll all be fine.
But man, I'm used to beating. Just finish.
No, I'm not trying to beat you.
Beat me.
I'm telling you that what you're doing, it is wrong. You are intentionally doing it. And that's the counter now to the common man.
There's a whole topic on issue. You deviating from the topic and trying to cast blame on me for providing clarity that is known to my own knowledge. You understand me? You
to your own knowledge.
Mr. Vulula join us. He has to make his point.
Okay, to your own knowledge.
You can conclude your point quick so I can bring Mr. Vulula in.
Let me learn this.
Mm-hmm.
Because everybody knowledge now will be relative. From my point of view, I'm right. From your point of view, you're right.
Mm-hmm.
What is on paper? Numbers don't lie. Prove the numbers. I rest.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you, Mr. Jeevan Smith. So Professor, stay waiting. Mr. Jan Poluda coming quick. Then we'll go back to the professor and go to Mr. Jeremiah Chi. Mr. Poluda? All right, I think Mr. Poluda doing something different. Professor, let's hear from you. Hold on. I think the professor.
Oh, I'm here.
All right.
Yeah. Well, everybody has spoken well.
Mm-hmm.
And if I say here and say Paco will not do well for this community, I would be lying. Paco is a leader. He will bounce back. But this report, the inaugural ball committee made a mistake, a huge mistake. We have to own up to that. We have to own up to that and move forward. The president have to come up and apologize to this community on behalf of the inaugural ball committee. Let the community put this beyond and move forward. Moving forward, there's a learning curve for even this administration, the next administration to come. There's a learning curve for us because reports have not been scrutinized like this in this community. So I will tell the president, if he's listening, to come up and apologize to this community, to LAI, because we have to distinguish the community from LAI. To LAI members and those that made good for this community and donated and they used their effort like if we dive into some of those things that we're hearing from this report, like people getting paid, for picking up people from the airport, the guy that sang, in that
Lucky
place,
Shango.
Luggage and go. I pick up Luggage and go, dropping up to his hotel, bought food for him. Luggage and go was in this hotel. He was lodged close to where the mayor was lodging. They brought food for the major and forget Luggage and go. That musician. That man have to call me. I have to buy food and carry for him. And I was passing all around, picking up this, picking up that. I didn't get one pay, or I'm not good enough to get paid. My service was not good enough for pay. I left my house that whole day. My wife got mad at me. For me to even go close to my wife that night, it was because why she got mad at me. Yeah, she got mad at me. She said, just go live on the street. Just go live on the street. These are the kind of words I received.
Yeah.
Still, I didn't get paid. But we hearing some people got $300, $200 paid. So my services were not good enough for pay too. For them to say, oh yeah, okay, yeah, even $50, $70 a year for you. If I don't even get $100. But those things, we're learning from it. And I think the community need to put it behind. We need to not store the operations of the administration or the community for us to move forward with the community.
So you say the president should just take the blame for his subordinates, and
the president have to come up and apologize on behalf, because everybody wants to hear from the president. The president cannot keep mute on it. Okay. He got to just come up and apologize on behalf of the administration, the inaugural board committee, because no matter how we turn this report around, who we carry to, if we even set up an independent auditor to audit this report, you come up with your finding, where the money will come from. The people say that with the money they made and that the money they're presenting us. So we all have to accept that mistake was made and move forward with the community.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jan Volulet. So let's go to Professor Willem Pili. You're muted. Okay, go ahead, Professor.
A lot has been said in this short time. But the first thing I'm going to say is going to be the Jeremiah chair. Jeremiah is now the IRC chairman. You have to choose your words wisely before you lose your integrity. Because when you speak, you don't speak as you anymore. You speak as a part of the government. And if you do not give the credibility to those words, eventually when you're talking at the time will tune out, because we give you your own name. We found one for you. Or he either talk lies or he's not credible, and that you don't want that. This community has been doing a lot before we came. And people know people for their actions. And that's why we are at this junction today, dealing with the people we've dealt with and dealing with on this inaugural issue. There are a lot of things in the Constitution that all of us need to really take our time and read before somebody blindfold us and push us in places that we don't want to be. Because the first thing people can run to, the Constitution say, whereby the Constitution say nothing like that. But that is what they want us to believe, because some people are not going to take the time to read it. But we are reading it word for word, because this government or leadership have proven to us that you got to hold them accountable so bad that you must tell them the article and the number so they can go and read it, so that they can know they can't do it. The next thing I want to talk on that we have not touched here, but before I go there, I will say to Jeremiah Sele, that Monster you're drinking, do you know about Monster drink? Have you read about Monster drink? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay. So I'm going to go to what we have not touched on yet. What happened to the drinks after the program? We come to find out from Fela that The drinks was collected and taken to the vice president's house for an after party.
Yeah, I heard that too.
How dare you? Who gave you that authority? Nother committee, why weren't they still trying to make money off those drinks? If people wanted to take it home, if the vice president wanted to take it home to have an after party for guests who was in town, he could have bought them. That would still be revenue for money that we spend. It was still going to go into LAI coffers. But because everybody is the boss, everybody can do what they want to do. So fella said, the vice president told him as the higher ranking person there, say, you'll take the drinks to my house, we'll have it after party. That's a problem for another day. Every time Liberians gather to have a program, they always try to cut their code not according to their measurement. To have a mayor come to our city to speak to us is a good thing, but at what cost to us? What did the mayor bring to us that could not have been given to us from this community? Are you telling me there is nobody competent in this community to speak on the issues of this community to this community? That we have to go bring the mayor, pay the mayor hotel fee. According to the secretary, they had to rally amongst themselves to buy the ticket for the mayor. Why are you cutting your code not according to your measurement? Who are you trying to prove what to? Oh, we had the mayor come from this city to our place. Did he give us any money to start anything for our community? What did he do for us? Where he's coming from is different from our state. Why are you gonna tell us, may not even apply to our state? Are you gonna speak to us as Liberians in Indiana? Did he speak to us as Liberians just from Liberia being America? What was the point? Sometimes we really got to think about what we're gonna do. We are talking about we don't have money. This community has nothing to show for herself. But every day we want to spend exorbitantly as if we are. And we aren't. We haven't gotten there yet. We are looking for the money. Why are we spending it recklessly?
Thank you so much, Professor Pele. So let's hear from Mr. Jeremiah Cheer, the man who everybody beating on here right now.
No,
Because the money is there.
Pele. Sorry. Audience, viewers, this is it, right? We chose this path because we know that we stand for the truth and nothing but the truth. The issue raised by everyone here is very clear and concise. And I thought to speak to a few things because these people making these assertions are all Liberians and they are due paying members. And their points should be taken seriously. When this issue was raised from the inaugural committee, of which Jan and I were part of, we were the first to blow the whistle to say that things didn't go down well with us. If you check that list,
you are right, my brother.
If you check that list, you will see that I too paid and contributed drinks or whatever to any extent. It was part of the committee. I too bought ticket for my webinar to enter. We didn't go there because I'm appointed, so I went there free. Everything was done. Nobody gave me a dime. Nobody gave me a penny. Nobody gave me my time, gas, anything. But we know and we saw that the listing came us, and we thought that it was preposterous for people to receive things from the community when others didn't receive things. Okay, we agree. But here's it. We are not happy. The same way the community is not happy because we are all members of the community. But what I can tell you is this. This community is thriving. This has gotten up on a wrong footing, but we can rest assured that these things will be handled. Like, in fact, there's a saying, what is not done, right is not done at all. From the initial stage that this report came up, that people criticized the report, we criticized the report from the administration, we knew that things weren't done the right way. But we're not casting blames and throwing doubts on something. But what we're trying to say is this, my people, like Jan said, and other callers, other participants said, apologies aren't the only way. There's a means of mitigating these things. But for and on behalf, I chose this job to be maybe mouthpiece or spokesperson of the administration. It's not because I benefit, it's because I love the community and the community has to be informed. But now, the way we see the things going now, we're just saying, my people, please bear with us.
let's get to this, because this community has become vibrant. This community now has full access to the internet. At any given day, people can go on YouTube. For many years from now, we will see these shows back on television. We'll see these things coming back to us. Our children will see these things. So we don't want to step that footing. And nothing we are going to do that will derail our character or diminish us in any way, because we are not seeking these things for funding. I try to provide clarity today because it's been said that even in transition, look, you think the transition that brought President Biden to power after Trump, that's a transition team set up. That one is insurance. It's common sense. These people from the Democratic Party will have no right to jump into finances, but the outgoing people will tear everything over. That's transition. That's why it's called transition. I heard Morris Goa, who proposed to be a financial expert, saying why people didn't bring people from Team Logan. It was not about Team Logan being a part of inaugural facilitation. At that point, we are all Liberians, and the transition team was set to make sure that the next government takes office. Mr. Goa, you want to provide expertise? Don't hang on the fence. These are financial matters, like Jeremiah said. Come on board and provide your expertise. You need to be a part of something that you are skilled in doing. Well, I cannot speak to Professor other claim as it relates to drinks taken from the inaugural committee to go to the vice president, because I cannot speak to that, because it's simple. If these things are allegations now, I don't know how Professor you and I came into this community, we decided to provide service. I'm just a bit ahead in a sense that, but you've been providing services to Indiana for a long period of time because you're a professor. But the thing here is that if you step up to serve and other people's hands don't want to come up and serve the community, that don't mean that you talking for people or you want to say things that will bring other people. The issue that Philip raised on this show was who gave the authority for
all
the
right, so
government.
Mr. Chia, we have the former vice president here on the line. She says she want to make a comment. Go ahead, former vice president.
Hello, everyone. I just want to thank you all for participating in tonight's show. But here is my subjective opinion. I want to believe that, the inaugural committee, they worked very hard for this community. And I think what really went on was the fact that the way things have been done in this community, nobody has ever been, like, we have now had a platform like the Logan's platform, and also like Open Table to really, shine light on these areas where we have been very deficient. And what I mean by that is that, for instance, just providing a thorough report. That has been something that we have lacked in this community. So in my belief, I don't think that, they took that money and put it in their pocket. I just feel like they were not really careful with how they did things. And because of that, it looked like they put money in their pocket. So the only thing that I have to say, and I'll say this to the president, I think right now, apologies, everybody's asking for apologies. That's okay. If they want to go ahead and apologize, that's fine. But apology right now is not going to cut it. What is really going to give people ease of mind in this community is when we have an audit that is thorough, efficient to the point, and clarify every doubt that people have regarding this the inaugural community. And not only that, other things that people have concern about. I think this is the most appropriate way forward. The person can come now and tell me, Ms. Nico, I apologize. Okay, what apology is gonna do? Is it gonna tell me how the money was misused or not misused? No, it's not gonna do that. So right now, all the apology, I think people are just in their feelings, and I don't say that in a negative way, but we need to direct our attention to making sure that we have an audit that is done to either implicate the inaugural committee or maybe set them free of all the allegations that they have right now. Thank you, everyone, and I appreciate your input. Good night.
Thank you so much, former Vice President Miko Kokit. So, Jeremiah Jalen.
Me out of the conversation, right?
Sorry, Jeremiah Jalen.
How will I let you call me up in mid-flight?
You just call my brother.
Sir,
Yeah.
we had a higher ranking officer, former higher ranking officer coming in with that point.
Yeah, former high ranking officer of which who will respect a whole lot, but at the same time, you have a panel discussing key issues. The former high ranking officer cannot provide clarity on these matters because
Okay,
the last time the former high ranking officer had the opportunity to address certain issue.
Go ahead, Jeremiah. If I put you right between Mr. and Mrs. Pity, so one person slap me for the other side, one person slap me for the other side. Go ahead.
No, they're my people. The people, they're my people. They try to speak to these issues sometimes. It's because that we are all in the community, and the community needs this information. And we're not backing, we're not standing behind anybody. Look, for instance, monies given for gas to individuals. I mean, if I serve this community, I shouldn't request for anything to do anything for that matter. Only talking while I can be talking. I don't have anything to in return for it or something like that. But it's just on paper or common knowledge that people say, oh, the men are that sportsmen or so thing. That passion. You understand me? So if I move on, so Jeremiah or Sele and Joseph Sele that took on the coat and were helping us to clean up that night, we didn't deserve anything. You think it's fair? You think it's fair that we were cleaning up to 3 a.m. when people were packing up to go? You think we don't deserve to something? But it's not where you get your daily bread from. It's community service. So when people do these things, when the community flag it up, we all need to condemn it. But what I'm saying is this: give this government time. This is a new phenomenon, and I like the euphoria because it has never happened before. I don't know how you people been doing it. I don't think President Tati from COVID time to the time he left office was under the kind of microscopic scrutiny. But I think it's better for our democracy because it makes nothing to be swept under the carpet, and this is going to go a long way. So I appreciate people comments and feelings and sentiments they express on the issue. We all condemn it, and we know it's not going down well with the community, but it will be handled, and will be there's a need for redress, of which we need to be given the time. So thank you.
Thank you so much, my dear brother, Mr. Jeremiah Chie. Go ahead, Mr. Silly. Then we'll come out to Mr. Savannah Spilly.
All right. Thank you for getting back with me. This time around, I try to just watch because the last time talking too much. But
yeah, go ahead.
Let's be realistic here. Savannah Spilly talked about our services to the community, and the reason some of us are relaxed when it comes to this community is that we are in the similarity position, even if we don't want to give it to us. I feel like I know the dialectics of this community, and when we were studying the area of dialectic materialism and how to provide the benefit for this community, people were still sleeping. People were talking, and some of us talking is that the same changes we have cracked over the years for is the same thing that have been repeated. That's the reason why you see some of us, like me, I'm very relaxed. People say, Jeremiah, don't come around anymore. Is that the continuous mistake that people make is so rooted and embedded in our society to the extent that the people who make these mistakes, they are questionable. Now, I'm glad that when I show face on a Logan platform who give all Liberians the ability to come and express and say, even with disagree on political line. And no personal egotistics and other form of biases. That's why I appear on this platform. And my voice on this platform are my voice. We hope we can have more platforms who can be more liberal.
True.
Even if somebody disagree with you, they will allow you to be able to appear and express yourself. Then that's why I'm always here. But let's say this again. The committee make a huge mistake. Now, the father Yan and Mr. Chie came out from the embryonic stage and said, no, we did not support this. We were not in the know of the finances. We should applaud them. Because there are some people that will say, because I'm part of this administration, I am not going to speak out. I'm a testimony to Jeremiah Chie saying that, look, we need to go back to this, the first podcast we had. So these guys, even though they were in the administration, they were part of the flagging of the issue. Now, to clarify my brother Murray saying that, oh, I come in the chat room and say, oh, the budget is there, the report is this. Let me tell you, it's different when you're giving an expertise or report or expertise explanation than speaking like a layman, because everybody saw that report, even my late daughter in careful knew that there was a problem. We're talking about where you take catalogs of documents, you sit down, you come with papers in your hand, do analysis and paralysis of the, as an accountant, as a student of economics. Don't be speaking like Jeremiah, they who don't have no accounting background. Demonstrate it. Don't say the government is new and this and that. Those are shenanigans and chicanery. Tomorrow you will come and say we should make financial secretary, you come and make the same bogus mistake. So implement when somebody make mistake, point it out and show it to us so that tomorrow when you come, we can be able to vote for you. That's what I'm speaking for. Don't come and just be talking that, oh, the report is this, the report is that, are flagging the chat room. Let me tell you the reason why some other in the chat room. The chat room is polarized with hate and people emotions. If you go in the chat room now and read, they got people who will beat the people to come and attack you. I'm not a chat room politician. I'm beyond a chat room. I express myself maturely. So I'm not going to go in the chat room to be looking at those petty posts. I'm beyond those petty posts. But what I'm saying is that demonstrate your expertise, Maurice Gore. Sit down, analyze, and put the report down. Potentially, somebody can say, this is Maurice Gore, I was running for financial secretary, and this is his analysis. Don't come and speak like somebody from the street and say, oh, the report just did, somebody take rest for you and put rest here. Then tomorrow you can't say we should vote for you, then we vote for you again. We can't see your discipline. Start to demonstrate yourself. If I say I'm a student of science, I'm a science fanatics, I'm going to be able to tell you how your mitochondrial open and closes, how the cells are coming from one place to another. Not to come and can't tell you, say, oh, the cells are just polarized and I just go all over the place. I'm going to be specific. And that's why I speak directly to Maurice Gore. That's not only Maurice Gore, that's a lot of people who was vying for position in this community. I come and speak like any of us in the street. Maurice said he's a financial accountant. I challenge Maurice to be one of the persons that will profile in the chat room all of his analysis, his expertise in the chat room and tell us, look, this is why and this is why. Don't speak to somebody that does not study the field. That's my point. So I want, not because people have it come up there and say, oh, Maurice, I'm a testimony. We all know Maurice flag this. We all flag this. I'm not an expert. Jan Volida flagged this in the last meeting. Jeremiah flagged this. What have Maurice done to do extra research? Have Maurice sat down for 6 hours and do this analysis to convince us? He's still speaking like any of us. And then you want us tomorrow to talk with the same community. You see what I'm saying? This community must go from the street ideology. Implementation is of essence now. What is lacking in this community is implementation. That's what get us here. It's not just mere talking. Implementation. Sit down, analyze the budget, Maurice, break it down, do your financial analysis, and discipline everything. That's a public challenge to you. As a brother, I publicly challenge you to sit down and do your own analysis, individual analysis, and research on the entire process as a financial expert. Now, having said that, Mr. Patrick very well know that this administration made a mistake. The fact that they went as far as cancellation of the Banana Day program to make this report explicit to the community, there was already a problem hanging over this community when it comes to the report. Having said this, the Vice President Miko said we should go into auditing the report. It's okay, but you have to first audit the Group 4 Strategy Administration that she was part of. I spoke period of people being not being in administration now want to tell us what to do. When the very people that was in administration was shutting critical voices down and taking them off the chat room. But today, Miko as a Vice President telling us to audit a committee that was in power for less than 3 weeks, but cannot audit her own administration for 3 years. So the audit should start from Miko's administration. If you give you an authority, the authority should start from you. Let it be clear. Not the people that just started in 3 weeks. Let it start from you that served for 3 years. Let it start from Rufus Stati. Let it start from Tassos Denny. Let it start from JD Walker. Then we are speaking. So it's a challenge, it's a caveat. It's an open challenge to Mr. Parker to go out there and audit these people of the past.
Other than that, this will be a stiff resistance for his progress. It will give him a very difficult time to succeed because these influences has the propensity to undermine his interest and his leadership. Now, let me be clear. I know Mr. Parker is a very decent man. Mr. Parker will not take the library people money. But Mr. Penny said something very serious. The same people still recirculating. I can tell you some of those people that was on the committee, not the level of Jan and Jeremiah is new. But some of those people that was on those committee, they have been part of inauguration committee. The surprise they receive from this committee should tell them that, look, this ideology that I will come for inaugural program, take charge. And after inaugural program, I go, is no more. We need new ideas. We need new people to come with new ideology. The lack of other people, the lack of some of solidarity groups, that is, the Librarian Association. Because we have to speak the facts, we have to be clear. Solidarity groups will hijack leadership and sit on it with few hands, do whatever they want to do, and you can't question them. This has to stop. We are not those person. So, Mr. Parker, you have a work to do. You have to decentralize the entire leadership. Meaning, go to other people from other experts. You have the professors here. You have Savannah Spirit. Disagree with people, but take leadership to them. Do not marginalize them because they don't talk, they don't speak like you. Everybody has their own potential and expertise. Go to the people, even though we're in opposition, you disagree to agree, go to them for their expertise. Ask them for their expertise. No one has monopoly over idea. But this idea of somebody is in my solidarity group from the Men's Association, so he has the ability to be a better person on the committee, and then cause the committee chaos, and also we should not speak out. We are going to speak out as long as you align yourself with solidarity group and leave the committee on. So we are here to checkmate, to demystify all of the wrongs in this community, and we're not rest. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeremiah Saleh. So I'll come to you, Morris. I know Jeremiah called your name, so you have to respond. So let's hear from Mr. Sylvanus Philip because he's been waiting for some time. And we'll just go around one more time, but would that be going long?
My brother, again, when we respond quick, bro, I beg you, but I'll leave. Yeah, I beg you, man. I beg you, pay show. We may show you. I told her show you. I told her we may show you. Yeah, Jema show you. Show you. Yeah, if I be there, man.
Philip, can you? Okay, Philip. In all honesty, Jeremiah Saleh spoke extemporaneously. Englishman said. He did his own dialectics and he spoke his own little chemical terminologies and qualitative analysis. He tried to exhibit, but he did a good job though. And I respect that. I honor that. And Jeremiah's cheer, like he just said, and you acknowledge, I'm not coming at you every day because I hate you. No, I will never hate you. I'm coming at you because I see you as another Pele who just got introduced in the community and being hyped and want to get the best for this community. That's fine. But tune it down a little bit. Be objective. And Jeremiah Saleh will not go back to Rufus to start audit. You know why? Because it's not within our purview. It is within the corrupt board purview to initiate audit. It's not within our purview legally, under the law. Let's follow the organic law. You see, I don't speak to us auditing previous government, but I speak to the ills of previous government that continue to creep on to present government, that bringing bad governance. So, I will tell you this today. The board, that's why the board have a year for the next president to appoint.
The board is part of the administration.
Excuse me? That's why I say the board is corrupt.
The board is part of the administration. That's why I say the
The board
administration.
is corrupt. The board is corrupt because what? The board should have the weight that after Jeremiah Chie is no more president of LAR, can say we initiate an audit of Jeremiah Chie because he served for 3 years and we just served for 2 years. We still have a year to serve before a new board is appointed. That's how the constitution is arranged. So if the board don't initiate that, we keep it at where it is. And what Miko said tonight, the last time I told her she must shut up, Miko, open your mouth. Miko spoke.
No, you can't tell the vice president shut up. No,
I said the last time. The last time.
You gotta be careful with your words, man.
No,
the last time.
No, he said
tried
it
to
last
correct
time.
it. He said it last time.
The last time I said shut up. No, Miko, open your mouth. Because what Miko said tonight, like I said initially, this has nothing to do with Paco. This has nothing to do with Jeremiah Sile. This has nothing to do with Pele. It has something to do with this committee that will just form up, gang up. After you appoint 10 persons, only 3 persons serve. Then they want to take all the glory as if to do a better job. But the last time I checked, they were asking Rufus for cold water. They didn't ask Parker for cold water because their belly was full this time around. Parker did not benefit it. And I will speak to the camera today. Parker did not benefit it. The last time they were asking Rufus for cold water. This time, they're not asking Parker for cold water. They ain't going to Jeremiah Chie. I saw the list that Jeremiah Chie donated some cases of alcohol and all. But Jeremiah, why didn't you ask them in your closed door meeting? All the liquor that was donated in Exhibit 5. How was those liquors used? What liquor? Look, you see when they took the alcohol from the hall and carried it to Richard Boyer's house, I sat in my living room. I told my wife, Professor Pele, I said, there's a setup. She said, why? I said, because somebody is stealing alcohol and want to pull it on somebody. Fella came in the chat room, your glorious chat room, and say the second lady is inviting the community to a cookout. So, if the second lady was inviting us to a cookout, that means she have already honored the expense. She only tell the community, thank you for electing us. The high is placed to us. We were onlooker. But fella categorically break it down to us in Isabella garage. Thank God Isabella had a birthday party. That was a very good party that we all we refer to. He said, oh, as the liquor was being packed, we pack in the car, we carry it straight to Richard's house. I said, fella, you lying. All those liquor did not reach to Richard's house. You boiling my blood. Because I know your existence in this community. And let me give you one little backdrop. When Bulu was the chairman for inaugural for J.D. Walker, Jeremiah said no. Right after the hall, Bulu was even sending ticket outside and drawing Lego out of the hall. Then after that, the bars Lego, they took it to Evelyn Cassette house. I thought it was J.D. Walker. They had Memorial Day event out of LA alcohol.
That was presidential humility at that time.
Oh no! You see what I'm saying? So the liquor going to Richard Boyer's house was vice presidential immunity. We understand that now. Going forward, is that what we should accept?
But I understand that part. What do you mean vice presidential immunity?
The man said, young Vulule said, when they took the alcohol from J.D. Walker Hall to Evelyn Cassell Hall.
I am quoting what was said.
It was president. It was president immunity.
He said he's
so
quoting.
now I'm asking you now. No, yeah. Don't quote. Stop quoting.
People were meeting.
Jamache need to bring break to be brought up to par. You know, bring it to the understanding up to the level. So if that was presidential immunity, so the liquor that was taken from the hall this going inauguration was brought to Richard Boyer House as vice president immunity. They will move on.
Wait. So let me understand that part, Vanessa, before you go fast. So the liquor that we had, or the community had a after party with, is the community liquor, or that was purchased by the vice president?
According to fella say was the community liquor.
So what has been, you've been serving for some time. What has been the protocol after the program? Do we just give the liquor up, or we use it for the organization?
These are things that been happening. Okay. So there's no doubt. These are things that been happening.
So can I
so it means we do not give account of the remaining items after the program.
That's why the
conversation
can
I have the flow now?
The community.
Okay,
these are new things in the community.
Can I have the flow now?
Okay, so Mr. Sevena, in 2 minutes, please.
So you see, as I was saying, right? This has been ongoing. This is not Paco Bruhaha. Paco didn't start it. And this same inaugural committee been recycling. The same group. If you check that financial report, Jeremiah Che didn't see that summary of experience report that Maurice Guerra want to comment on. That report, if you check, Bulu had a hand in it. Because as we're sitting in our hall, I was watching people body language.
Don't indict a man for nothing, man.
I'm not indicting him, bro. I know. Excuse me, stop. Stop right there. So, when Wilmer, my favorite son-in-law, Richard Boyer wife, she said, we all studied accounting here. They report a nonsense. She stood on the wall. I said, see, I just spoke. The vice president wife, I'm going. Then I gotta pay key attention. I hold my laptop. Then I get the people to open table. I say, you're excessive now. You tell me whether I'm wrong. You know what I'm saying? So don't go there with me. This thing has been ongoing. It's not Jeremiah Che who will come and say, oh, this is that government. There's not a government. There's an organization. We must be fair to one another. That's the only way you encourage me to pay the due or make donation. No, let me learn.
Yeah, don't forget we have to take some calls too. And
this is the only way. This is the only way. Jeremiah Sele will say, "Oh, I can make donation." This is the only way. Mr. Spirit will say, "I'll make donation." There's the only way. La Vegas will say, "We'll make donation after our sales," because everybody is respected equally. Everybody should be respected. Don't be publishing meeting due or you pay meeting due. We'll tell you all the chat room. The chat room is insignificant now because what? As big brother in politics, as the GOAT, the greatest opposition at all time in Indiana politics. I will tell you today. That chat room.
I don't even know why you're wasting your time in the chat room.
That chat room is a waste of time.
I don't go there again anymore. I've been on that chat room politics. They're children in there now.
We properly advise now. Now they have come with a timetable. They have now come with a timetable for meetings. Peter said it. And now they're doing it. You're listening to the GOT of politics in Indiana. You will live well. That's all I can say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Savannah Spillet. So if you're just following us, you're on the Logan's Hour. The Secretary of the Liberian Association of Indiana posted the dates of the remaining meetings in the year of 2023. So you can just follow that now and start planning for the meeting as we have our meeting coming up. The next meeting will be in April. So we will go to Mr. Jan Bolule, but I think I will ask that we just minimize the time we're using now. People have to take calls. The people on the line, see calls keep coming in, and I don't want to keep answering calls.
Okay, send a Jan now. We got to minimize time. That's fine.
Hello,
minimize your time back.
Okay, Go ahead. Go ahead, second lady.
I just called to make some clarity.
Hold on, second lady. Hold on. Let me put you on clear. Go ahead, second lady.
Yeah, I just called to make some clarity because I heard Mr. David talking something about drinks.
Yeah, go ahead.
But before I reach to the drinks aspect, what I want to say here is because I heard people saying that one is just male Catholic, so I don't care about it. But I just want to raise some issues.
Go ahead.
I heard people saying the vice president and his wife enter 3 years. They told us that we have free entrance and we did enter free. But coming down to the inauguration, we didn't just sit back, we didn't just watch, but we contributed too. I remember when we had the budget meeting concerning the inauguration. They had I tried putting my hand on Sunday to talk, but I was not recognized. And I don't want people just keep saying talking. And if sometimes we try to overlook it, but sometimes you have to say it and let people know. So when we had the meeting, they had a budget for food for the entire hall, which was $375 for the food. And we were trying to save some money to bring back to the community. So I said, okay, the first thing I pledged 2 pens of baked chicken. The second, when they started talking about the food, and some people were on the line said that's a lot of money to purchase food. So I said, okay, then let us say there was a lot of people coming, so they wanted to fill them a full table to be at the door.
Yeah.
So I said, okay, since it's the land we want to bring back money to the community, I volunteer to buy all the food for the hall on my own expense, and which of course I did. They said 300, and when I went to get the food, because everything is expensive, I didn't even spend 300, and I still got my if they didn't want receipt, I can show it to them. I spent $468 to buy all the foods for the hall that day. I did spend it, and I put it, my whole car was full. And Rachel was the one who took it to the hall, decorating the hall. Rachel took it there and put it in the Papa car to deliver it to the people supposed to do the food table. And I fixed the chicken and I brought it, but because I didn't have the time to take it off the car, when I came in the hall, I told Ethel, because Ethel said that some people brought food, it was in the car. And I was one of those who brought my food. It was in the car. So I went at the hall, I gave Ethel the key. I said, Ethel, can you please find somebody, because you're saying in the chat, if somebody brings food, if you're not able, just let the community know, and somebody will help you get it out of the car. And I gave her my car key. And she had it until almost at the end of the program. So when I asked her, she said, oh, I didn't have the time, so I didn't take the food out of the car. So she started laughing. She said, but what we get in the hall? So I said, oh, no, I'm going to get the food. So she said, so I said, okay, since I will carry it back home. And we laughed. She gave my food. We left it. At the end of the program, what Cheryl saying about drinks for the vice president, we never went begging people to have party at our house. If we have something at our house, we trust our pocket. That's why we have party at our house.
That's
and
true.
We have never wanted people to say we have a party at our home. Can we get drinks to can help us? No. We're not paid on there, but we can do what we can do when we want to do something.
I know. I'm a witness.
When I went to Cheryl at the bar, I asked him, I said, Cheryl, do you know tomorrow Monday is holiday? So all of the people that came from out of state, majority is leaving on Monday because there's no work on Monday. Monday is holiday. And on the line of the ticket, I brought 20 persons from out of state. And all the people that came from out of state, all of them sent their money to me and paid for 20 free happy tickets.
Yeah, I saw it in the chat room.
And all my money was cashed out to Logan. Just one person that I sent that money to was from Logan.
Who's speaking?
The second lady, the vice president wife.
She need to be a little bit elusive, my brother.
And I sent to them. So all the people was not going back on Sunday. Everybody was staying to go back on Monday because Monday was holiday. So when I went to Sarah, I said, Sarah, are we going to have a money and go after the COVID and they're going to get people out of state? You try to keep them on for the next day. Are we going to have Monday is Saturday, and most of the people coming back on Sunday. He said, I question said, Saturday for Monday. I said, no, I just ask it because there's anything I just think of how to make a soup to bring it for the program. Then he said, there's no more drinks there. There's just few drinks here, and you can go at the station and check. So I said, then why am I going to host the program? And he said, I can't host no program without it was not planned. But you the example that they can help us to host the people at your house.
I see.
Then every little drinks I give them, we can give it to you, and one day we can talk to the president and think this is what else we can do. So I said, okay, but let me ask my husband first. When I asked Richard said, I don't want location. I don't have time for that. But if you feel you can do it, you can go ahead and do it. So I said, but they said, Taylor said there's no one to do it. You know, I still want to bring people in, and they will not go to Sunday. So I think I can do it. So if they want to cook, I said, I don't have time to do food. And then if they want the food, I can fix the food on my own expense, and which of course I did. Every food I was on that program, I provided it. I never took no food from that home.
Thank you so much.
So the drinks, and this, I just want to
Yeah.
end with this.
Go ahead.
The drink that Fella gave me, Fella gave me 1 cooler of liquor, and half of the liquor that was so cold. I said, Henneken.
Okay.
And I asked Fella, I said, Fella, so for a ride, Henneken, you look for any drink in me. And he said, oh, yes, I just want the island. And he gave me 2 cartons of stuff. I took my money, all me, my lady whiskey. I spent extra $250 to go get a stuff. Where they switch red wine and I want to do my own. Tell her, give you $1 I keep you one and send you one. If you want my money, that I have, and sometimes I can't, I don't know what it's called. That was the 2 liquor, tell her to do with the cooler or liquor. So that was it. So I want people say the whole liquor was the transfer, and I have wishes in that whole night when the liquor was poured into my car trunk. It was not no whole liquor that it had in the plastic. So I just want to make that clear on the show. I would be missing that call. Thank you.
Thank you so much, our second lady. So that was the voice of the second lady of the Liberian community of Indiana, Mrs. Wilma Boya.
My man, we get more people on the platform.
Okay, so we're gonna.
I have a question. So the first lady admit the second lady that she carries some drink home, but it was not a whole drink.
But a fella gave it to her to host a cookout for the guests that came from all the time.
Okay. I just want to make that clarity so that mean part that the drink was given by fella
Knuckle. Yeah,
by fella Knuckle.
Yeah, Knuckle asked her that about cookout. She said, "Oh, I got my people coming." So she said, "Fella say, what we have to what you having as well." So that was made clear tonight, so we know how they drink and to the vice president. So now we have limited time because we have so many people in the place that call in. So we're going to go around and take each person will just have 2 minutes to state their points. Then we can go to the line and take some callers. Then we'll use the rest of the time to do our party. If you doing your party, you can take 3-4 minutes. It's not a problem. But let's go around and take.
You consistent to talk with the message.
Yeah. We're gonna take 2 minutes each. Yeah, gonna go ahead with 2 minutes. Then we'll go back.
I believe you should allow the people to call in. You should allow the people to call in.
Okay, so while
let's go call in first.
So while 2 minutes is going on, if you want to call, you can place a call now to 401-359-5072. You can place a call to 401-359-5072. So while we're waiting for the call, Mr. Jan Polula, you can be going ahead.
Yeah. Thank you again. Before I start with my 2 minutes, I just want to appeal to the community. Even though we have a crisis with the inaugural ball.
Okay, Mr. Polula, just hold on. Yeah, I got the former financial secretary on the line. Sis Isabella, go ahead.
Yes, hello. How are you going?
I'm fine. Go ahead.
Thanks for taking my call.
Okay, so I'm gonna to add another call on the line. So don't bother about it. So go ahead.
Mr. Logan, can you hear me?
So hold on, Mr. Duo. So I have you and Sis Isabella on the line. So Mr. Duo, hold on. You will be the second caller. Sis Isabella will go on as the first caller. So go ahead, Sis Isabella.
Okay, I'm calling to clarification
Go ahead.
on a statement that was made by Savannah Philly. Before I go into that, I just want to say the practice administration, we handle the inaugural committee that was set up. With things were done differently. We did not disperse all the money at one time to the inaugural committee.
Okay.
We just spent the money as things came into place.
Okay.
You know, so in those that made contribution for food, even though we had that on the list or as part of the budget, but that was canceled out. We did not even take that money for that because the community also needed food, so we did not have to use that money for the food. And the superintendent talked about report that was not being made during our administration. If anyone can recall, that we did get report from the financial inaugural committee, and then at that meeting, the first meeting we had after the inauguration ball, I did come out and made my financial report, and also told them, you know, everybody knew what was spent, what the intake, and also was also able to give our total amount that was in the bank. So, Mr. Peter, we did give our inaugural report or financial report after the ball, just as a point of correction.
Okay. All right.
That's my take.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Sis Issei. So the second person on the line, let me take one person up. Go ahead, my dear brother.
Hey, Mr. Logan, this is Emerson Duo.
Okay.
The former president for the Indian Young Men Association. I just want to say thank you for shedding some light on this report and for actually having a conversation around this. Like everybody else on your show, Philly, Jeremiah, this is not the first time this has gone on. This has happened before, but nobody talked about it. This is the first time we are actually having an open dialogue about what's been going on and why this community has been in the same place for almost 15, 16 years. When I look at the report, it's embarrassing. It's sparked fear in me. And that's fear that, oh, you know, this is not fear personally, but just from the state. LEI is a non-for-profit organization. This is not a community group. It's a non-for-profit organization with a 501c3, and this is the report they get. If this organization gets audited any way, shape, or form, it loses everything. And as of now, with the 501c3 that we have, nobody knows exactly how it's being used. So when you come up with all these frivolous spending, everything on here, buying suits for people to come to inaugural ball, and then asking people to pay $5 for due payments, that you're not doing nothing for them. Like, why are we inviting senators, mayors, like the professor said, who brings nothing to us? And I've said this before to previous presidents. Why are we bringing people in our community that don't add value to the community? And waste our money and then ask us to pay more dues for a non-for-profit organization that raises no money for its people. It doesn't provide any service to us. What exactly is LEI doing for this community? Why do we have it? We have a 501c3 that nobody uses. We don't even know where it is. The community has no idea what its function is supposed to be, but we have it. Is it a trophy? Like, what is it for? And then it comes with a report. We don't keep documents. This is the same reason why this organization don't go anywhere and ask for money. We can't go to the state and ask for funds. They're going to want receipts. We can't keep receipts. We can't go raise money to any legitimate business. They want receipts. We don't have receipts. We can't keep records. We don't know where anything is. And I just want to say this as a point to the current administration. Parker been in this community for too long, and you should know this. Use the scale of the people in the community that you have. We have people in the community with skills that are willing now to work with them. Go find people who have skills in accounting and put them in that position. We got people who will do research for you, put them in that position. This is a non-for-profit organization. Again, non-for-profit organization. It's not a CDC. It's not a real government. It's none of that stuff. But yet, we don't even look at it that way. What organization is this? And I rest on that, brother.
Okay.
On the show, it's been taken. But we need to realize what this organization actually is before we proceed and actually, go forward with making progress. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So those of you who stay calling, I think we'll just end with the callers tonight. We are sorry we've gone 3 hours. We will not take more calls, but we can rest assured you the next program we will entertain your calls. And I'm glad we'll be having 2 shows now in the community. Logan, I will have 2. Open to will have 1, so that's 3. We have the Logan Hours Tuesday and Thursday. Then we have every Friday will be Thank God is Fabulous. That's another show that's coming up. They're going to be with the educators. They're going to talk more about
where they call Thank God is Fabulous.
That's another show coming up. Trust me, you will like it. It's called TGIF for sure.
Is it on the Logan Hour?
Is it private? Is it you the one bringing the news now? So explain it all more.
That's another segment coming on the Logan's Hour. That will be on every Friday. Okay. So Friday, you will not see my face. Friday, that's a whole different people coming up here.
The Friday edition of the Logan Hour.
Yeah, but for my own Tuesday, Thursday, now, brother, they put a show that Friday. So Friday, so you see they put my know that education straight. They're gonna be talking about the healthy, talking about this one, talking about anything you think about. So professional people are gonna be up here. They have their own guests.
That's good.
I don't know their guests. I don't know their topic. I will not be here. So they put dealing with their own thing. So trust me, they would call you out, Jeremiah. Let's talk about your views, and you talk about your views, talk about your other views. Man, you want to wait. So we see our own business star has just joined us, Sis Pacia Hilton. We want to say welcome. Long time she asked me to send me the link, but she can't
you can't spy on us.
Hold on, I don't want to mute you, right? Oh no, go ahead.
Good evening, everyone. I've been listening to everyone on the panel of what's going on. This report is sadly very disheartening. And I don't think an apology is enough, because that means we're just sweeping it under the rug. The community has made their stance. And from what I've gathered and from the comments, I think we should get an independent auditor. And here's why. This is a 501c3, tax exempt. IRS is going to come after us as an entity. When they come, are we going to say, oh, they said, we told the people, we gave them an apology? That is not a sufficient reason. It will not suffice. This is not against anyone. The committee have some well-respected people on the panel. I trust the president's, his reputation. He was the former financial secretary, and he did a phenomenal job. But in order, I think, to put everybody's heart at rest or at ease, let's get an independent auditor to audit this. And then if he sees, where the other entities, the previous government needs to be audited, we can go from there. But it has to start from here. Okay, I'm not saying anyone took the money and put it in a pocket. I'm just saying what the assembly, what the body has stated. Also, This is a 501c3. All of the drinks that were bought, did we use the tax exempt?
Yes.
So, Jeremiah, did
Good
we
question.
use that to our advantage?
All the drink was donated, was never purchased. According to what I've read in this report, all the drinks were donated.
Okay.
So
What
they
about
have
the
to
food
come.
that was bought?
All were donated. 19% bought food.
Excuse me.
There were
Excuse
other
me.
Jamachi, wait. There were other people
Wait.
that brought
Our
food that was
reference. I
kept
was
back.
reference. Let me provide that clarity.
So all the food, and all the drinks were donated.
95% of the drinks, 95% of the drinks that you saw there.
Somebody has a background.
Has a terrible feedback.
Pastor, you got something playing in the back? Okay, go ahead. Go ahead, Jeremiah.
The drinks that were exposed out there were donations. Maybe probably 5% was something that was bought. So in that regard, I believe that once people make donations, it has no reference on the returns from the IRS. But if the people who the committee who was responsible for that can prove that, oh, this is what we bought, and they said there's receipt attached. The reason why I don't speak carefully on this issue when it comes to the inaugural report is that I had to have a financial background. Back 2007, 2008, I used to work in a bank. I know how audits are done. I know how these things come about. Number one, anytime you see a report given to a committee to do with everyone, you see, since Joyce Darby was part of that committee, she spoke up. The other lady that spoke up yesterday at the meeting, she spoke up. Sia spoke up. Rian spoke up. I spoke up. So it tells you the discrepancy first in the disagreement with amongst the people who serve on that committee. Number one. Number two, if a report is to be given and provided to the community, when audits are done or reports are done to be given out, there are signatures attached to those reports so that it constitute that the members on this committee say, yeah, we all say this. But once you see the report is given and there's no signature attached to it from the various committee members, it tells you another story that things are not stay okay with the people that serve on the committee. How can they be okay with the people that are in the community? So what I'm saying is that we are speaking about the discrepancy and the dissatisfaction about this report, and there's no if and buts about it, because we all know that the report will not go down well with the community, because when you do it the first time, it is rejected, is brought back and it's rejected. This is a roller coaster. So I cannot speak to that for now because I didn't sign anything as it relates to something. I don't think Jan signed or any other person. So those who provided the reports are the people who are supposed to speak on these issues. I speak for government. I don't speak for a particular committee. The reason why I speak for the government is because the government, the organization, the association separately has its own runnings that information has to be provided to the community. But on the issue of the inaugural committee and what we did there, that didn't go down well with the community, it didn't go down well with us who serve, it tells you that there still needs, or there's still a lot needs to be done as it relates to independent audit and everything.
Okay, a lot needs to be done.
Okay,
so,
can I say something?
Just a second, Fassi, I was trying to land before Jeremiah
can I say something? Can I please say something?
All right, so after Savannah, we'll be going around the table to get our
No, can I please say something?
Okay, say what you want to say now.
Because what says Fassi said spark up Jeremiah Che to bring a rebuttal. For everything that Jeremiah Che just did.
Understand what I'm saying? We are saying she and I are saying the same thing. That's not a rebuttal. No, no. You will not sway the argument. That's not a rebuttal.
So
we are
that's
saying
why
things the same
go
way.
back to so that's why we want back and forth. Yeah, so let's just leave it back and forth. Let Fassi land, then we can go around the table and take our part.
Anything. Why would you be respectful?
I agree with what the woman said. I agree with what it says Fassi said. That's not a rebuttal.
So we have to get a women chance to
so excuse me now.
Yeah, Professor Philip, come
here. Can I say something?
Husband. I said their words are men's words. So woman, you gotta force your way through.
No. I'm not going to talk about it. They're going to take it from me.
Philip.
Yeah, go ahead, Savannah.
In all honesty, I was trying to throw a light that what Jeremiah Chia just said, and what Fasio said, and what Miko said in the past, all make sense. If you have a 10-person committee and only 3-person functional, the other 7 is asking questions, then the entire committee is questionable. So I love the clarity that my lovely sister-in-law Wilma did tonight by saying that the drinks are brought to her house. She didn't ask for it, but it was brought there because people try to throw blame or some way somehow. And I'm speaking German. She is laughing, picking a beer, and smiling. But I love that you're smiling tonight. You haven't been aggravated about anything. But the reality here is this community, like Morris Guda said, this community must live. It must survive. Now the community is now in the ICU, where drip is hanging on the community. All the medical professionals know that the community can breathe well, it can talk, it can do anything. It got all those things.
You say the committee in the ICU. So you the committee in the ICU.
That's what I say.
Let's say facial learn.
Okay, so
let me learn.
Yes.
If the committee is in the ICU, so until all the medical professionals invest with me when I say it's in the ICU, you're gonna know I'm speaking a medical term. But in reality, in IT, we say we had a hard start networking wise because everything is not working. So the community has a hard start. And it's difficult for anybody to just prepare the wheels. Like Fasio said, like Jeremiah Chia said, Jeremiah Sele said, everybody have said the same thing. Parker need what I told Parker in my own personal text to him. Condemn the act of the National Committee and let's move forward. Condemn the act. You're a part and parcel to it. Condemn the act because you gave them a task to perform. And the action was way beneath the belt. It's wrong. Set up an independent committee that will probe them. Leave it to the committee. But if we will put a motion on the floor and you enact and put it into a vote and you're asking us to go to the board is not higher than the assembly. But this time around, thank God, everything Savannah's Perry have ever said in this community, for which they all hate me, is coming to light. Thank God, the assembly is activated. That will make me the good in politics.
Thank you so much, Mr. Savannah Phillips. So just before y'all forget, tomorrow will be the birthday of my beautiful mother-in-law, Sis Vera Hamoud. She will be celebrating her birthday tomorrow, so she will be turning 1 year. I show people receive text message of their Vegas opening on the weekend. So just so you know, we are on the Logan's Hour, and we're going to take this short commercial. When we come back, we'll be going straight to our panelists to at least use 3 minutes each so we can do our closing because we've been here for 3 hours now. So please, guys, I know everybody want to make their point, but you can make your point in the 3 minutes as well. I know Morris want to respond to Jeremiah Silly. Then right after if he didn't respond, you'll call the man and say, my man, I told you I'm going to deal with you.
That man, my brother. That man, my brother. I want for that man to work.
All right, so we will be back. All right. Thank you so much for joining us again. Thank you so much. We want to say to our friends, Prince Jacob, thank you for following us. Ernest Madison, thank you for following us as well. MacArthur D, my own little sister here. Dewey Dewey, thank you for joining us. Mahoney Gibson, Alvin Logan, and Celine. She said my call her real name. I let her call her name. She got Damawa, Mawen, Sis Isabella, John Blamo, and all of you, Alvin Logan, Brandy Alpha, Sis Brad Hamoud, Mr. Anthony Gibler. Mr. Anthony Gibler, you've been calling me, but I said we ended the calls already because we have more panelists. We can't keep taking calls. We will just run the whole night. So we're gonna go around the table. Jeremiah, I see you already ready. So I think you won't be the first to just do your 3 minutes, right? Oh, let's do Marvin Gore saying he at work. Mario, you can do your 3 minutes because it will be disservice to you when Jeremiah leaves. Then he's out firing the man in his back. Mario, go ahead. Mario, are you there? We will do the put that in the background. Do your 3 minutes quick. Then we'll go to Mr. Jimmy Smith for the 3 minutes.
Yeah, thank you very much, Logan again. You see, Logan, I can always say thank you for your service in this community. You see, when you see changes coming, there must be people that sacrifice. We need to be honest with ourselves when we come on show or even going public. This community been one way because you took part in the election, because I took part in the election, that how the community going this way. We must lay the basic before we can move forward. You could say, Logan, I'm not forced to party because people discourage you. People discourage me. I said, no, I will join Logan and support Logan. Today, this is the first time to see people demanding reports that the community never send the organization of funded. People will not sit on the platform.
We report in the past, Maurice.
Yes,
Even
it came out.
administration we did.
He thought, my brother. Let me lay the basic.
Okay, go ahead, Maurice.
Yeah. So that's the first time to see the type of demand, people demanding report that people must do all day or what have you. You see, for me, it get a lot of people that get accounting background or economic background. Jeremiah get background. Maki get background. Morris get background. So it's get a lot of people that need to shine in the community. It's not about Morris that my dear brother will sit down and point out at Morris. You see, there's a community that Morris, Atopa, and anything I started to bring the whole and the mistakes. Before people started saying, okay, yeah, they're supposed to be this one. Who demanded that people might list all those that donated that need to be on the report? Who said it? Y'all say on the show, I make that demand. I say, this is how it need to be, this is how the report should be. People sacrifice, need to acknowledge them for their efforts. So other people will be encouraged to do for the community and make on the show. And I'm here to go back and forth, my brother. But Jeremiah, you know my strength. You must take it for a long way. You don't need to say Murray did that in public. But sometimes you don't need to say, I got to push Murray to work. I have nothing to prove to anybody in this community because everybody needs to shine. When you get a job to somebody, leave them to do that job. Leave them when they make mistake. No, we help to correct the mistake and move forward. But not for someone to shine over somebody. So this is why I decided to come back on the show and say, I went to work. Look, I on the budget committee for the first place. Maybe you don't know. I on the budget committee. And up to this time, we stay waiting for certain reason. I'm not saying here I partake to go through the process of the community where I sacrifice, I've been criticizing for the past 3 years. You guys avoid the community, I've been criticizing on a group chat. You criticizing the group chat today. Now see group chat tomorrow, you can't get to post. You cannot tomorrow, I know you can't tomorrow to post. You don't criticize something that you know you'll benefit from it tomorrow. So my closing point is we all should work together. That leave the personal attack. That leave it because nobody has molecular knowledge. Even accounting, the accounting is big. Everybody gets specific error in accounting. Everybody gets specific error in economics. Even your fee, science, everybody gets specific error. So accounting is a big fee. So we should leave the personal attack, especially my blood. We should leave the personal attack and see how they can.
Every question not yet.
What's your area in accounting?
Murray, don't be personal here. You my brother. Don't be personal.
Jeremiah,
Okay.
Murray, and your 2 minutes quick.
So who else should help and move the committee forward and leave the person at that, because everybody get an error. So I just want to say thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr.
Thank you, brother.
Morris
We hear you.
Ward.
Thank you very much.
Let's go to our brother Jeepon Smith. Jeepon, you there? Those of you that are in the back that need to go fast, so we'll deal with you first. Then we'll just go on.
The professor go change. No second show here.
No, Professor right in the back. I see her. Go ahead, Jeepon. That professor right here. I don't want to put professor in the bag because don't guarantee professor going to go come out. Go ahead, Jeepon. Sorry.
First, I would like to end with telling all those that are serving, volunteering, and taking the time off, doing what we're doing for our community. Thank you. Jeremiah, in a test spot, you got to take the ugly and make it look good. We know that. You're doing your best. I commend you on that. Also, to the rest of everybody else, when you are criticized, when I bring up these points, it's not because it's not personal. We're also there to help you to cover yourself too. A quick example, and I'll be wrapping up. If I gave you a case of drink, I say carry to Philip, it's for him. I say Philip, I send your case of drink, and you carry it, and you give Philip the drink, and I tell him later on that I go around start telling people all the drink to Philip, how I don't bother for him. Yeah, I gave you a 6-pack, but because you did not record that the quantity, tomorrow people will start questioning who's saying the truth. They say you or me.
Yeah.
Then we gotta look for Philip to come and test the drink you that Jeremiah brought to your heart that Jesus gave me. How much was it? To avoid all those things, we can move forward. We will move forward. The criticism are there to help us and make us better. There is always room for improvement. We should not just take what is being said or because of the person that is saying it, we dismiss it. Also, we should look at the content that is in the message. It's about the community. We can do better. There is always room for improvement, and no person holds monopoly over anything. That's that.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jeepon Smith. So that was the voice of Jeepon Smith. Jan Bolula, let's get to you.
Well, I want to say thanks, Mr. Logan. Like I always say, it is a privilege to be on the Logan Hours all the time. Thank you so much. One thing that is administration not taking into consideration the game that would be a problem for them tomorrow. And I always say it's the
for us. Jan said for us. Don't say for them.
For us. All right, for us. And I'm always, talking about it every time I have the chance to meet with the executive team. And they're not taking into consideration it is the 501c3. The 501c3, now we're in a tax filing year where 501c3 will be filed, and we want to see what all our file and that will be filed this year. We want to see the document with the Secretary General to present in the upcoming general meeting that this is what will file this year. And that would demand it. If nobody's going to raise it, I'm saying it publicly right now. I would definitely demand that. We don't want to go in the past. If we're not doing the same thing over and over, we would not be here talking about report. We won't be here talking about report. And now we don't want to go back. The same thing that happened before that got us to lose 501c3 and take the community back war into the association back war, like three-step back war. To we don't want to go to that level again. So this administration, I'm sending the caveats to them and to us. And for me, I always say when I get a chance to meet those people, even last meeting we had with the leadership when we're coming outside, I told the Secretary General, and I say, my man, y'all have to take account of the 501c3 because we demand documentation. Every penny that will be filed on that 501c3, we want to see it. And we're talking about inaugural board report. The next thing in line is the 501c3 report. I'm saying that, yeah, and we are serious about it. So, you know, like everyone is saying, we will prevail, and we're here to do the right thing, even though we supported people to come into power. But we are all here for the betterment of this community and of our association. When we see the wrong, we talk about it. For talking about it doesn't mean that we hate you, like Javon said. We know when we point at wrongdoing here, it doesn't mean that we hate the administration or we hate to see the administration succeed. We are coming out to talk about the wrongdoing, the thing that they are forgetting about. We should be the ones that they should be celebrating. We should be the one that should be celebrating. We should not be the bad guys around here. Like how you call it, Morris? I think Jeremiah said it well, and I said it to you 2 days ago. Said it. Jeremiah said, you know, knew what was in my mind, because 2 days ago I approached you on it. Javon, let me say, how you call it, Morris? That's your expertise. We should not be the one to raise it up. You should be the one to raise it up. Then now we say, okay, put on the track. Put on the track when those things come in the meeting like that. Before those things come, you got to sit down and stood on the say and put it on put us on the track so that we can defend you. We should not be the one to bring it up, but when you go to the meeting, you sit down there, you can't talk. You can't say a word. Then at Logan hour, you can't say the administration don't run on Logan hour.
That's what I'm saying.
Do not run on Logan hour. It's not because I'm on, you know, it's not because Logan hour exists. The administration will go to meeting there where we're supposed to put out all of our discrepancies, our what we don't agree with. These are places we so voice it out.
Yeah, you do your party. Don't bring Morris back, please.
So I told him when I approached him when he and myself met 2 days ago. I told him that face to face. I said, Morris, those things, you know, you ran on, there's your area, and you always say there's your area. Prove to people that there's your area. Put the numbers together. When you come, you should be the one to talk about it. Then you activate us to be able to back you. You know, these are the things. So we have to be careful, and this administration we will succeed. We will succeed, and we're here. We are all energetic people. We want the betterment of this community. Julius Parker is a fine gentleman. He will succeed. You know, it's just the first mistake we all learning from it. Like I said, in the past, like the drink thing we're talking about, every program, every drink that remain. If people take it, we don't talk about it. Now we're talking about it. That's a great thing. That's to show that the community is changing gradually.
I appreciate the former, let me say the vice president wife, Mrs. Women Boya. So fella Knuckle will have to give us the inventory of the drinks that he took over there for us to know how many drinks left over, and if we can get the money to put back in our covers.
Yeah, this is a caveat to lead us in a waiting. Those that are waiting to extend to this leadership, these are the things that need to stay knock off right now. They need to start taking note of it. You know, they should not add a job. We will see all the mistakes. Then when they come in, they will make the worst of all mistakes. Yeah, the worst of all mistakes. Just if you want to become our leader tomorrow, these are the things. When we ask you on a campaign trail, we ask you, don't say we're going personal with you. Because when we ask people in the community, they say, oh, we're going personal. You know, these are the things that we look at. You know, we that the human behavior and critical minds and stuff. We that have some critical mind. These are the things we look at. We picture if way before it come to pass. So when we asking you those kind of questions, people should not say, oh, the election going guato or the election going this. No, because we want clarity. We want a competent person that will come and be a decision maker. Somebody that when people ask you tomorrow, you will not go in your feelings. You will be able to answer the question to the point and to the dot. So tomorrow, this administration, I'm encouraging everybody that part of this administration to pay your dues, even though we having report problems right now. Pay your dues, because tomorrow I don't want you when you want to talk about issue, then they silence you. They say you're not up to date with your due. Please pay your due. Be up to date with your due. You know, they say put your money to where your mouth is, right? So I'm encouraging every members of this association to please pay your due. The community will prevail.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much,
President. The president will do the right thing, and his cabinet will do the right thing. Moving
Thank
forward,
you so
I know all of the upcoming programs. People will be on their toes, even though it is a voluntary job. We didn't force you there. You volunteer to go there. When you volunteer to go there, you should do the right thing. Thank you, Mr. Logan.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jan Volule. So we'll go to our brother Jeremiah. If anybody you don't have your closing, I'll get you from the screen. So if you're in the background, you want to leave, it's not a problem. But if you want to stay and follow the conversation, it's not a problem as well. So Jeremiah, let's hear from you.
How you guys doing?
I'm good.
Jeremiah.
I'm good. Who's talking?
Before you come in, please. What I want Philip to announce on this show is this: until this leadership can show us the strength for which we are to pay our meeting dues, then they can question us why we are not paying our meeting dues. But let them first and foremost certify the assembly with their inaugural reports, because the due was paid. Whether it was squandered, whether it was misused, we have yet to understand that. So don't come on this place and say, oh, we encourage people to pay meeting due. Nobody will pay meeting due until the inaugural is addressed. That's all I want to say.
Hello?
Go ahead, Mr. Sele. Go ahead.
Okay. Before I proceed, I want to disagree with my brother Sabana Spirit. Even though we have a problem with the records, we should also take into consideration that the association have to be running. Got to keep it running. It's our responsibility to keep it running, even if we disagree. So I mean, I'm instance with those that want us to continuously pay our due. Having said that, Logan, no, my brother, you will come back when. Having said that, is that
you can do that in your closing, please.
No. Before Jeremiah continue, look at the statements on the feed. People are requesting that. Jeremiah, I'm not saying it because I want to say it. I'm not saying it because I want to say it. I'm saying because people's view. That's what I'm saying it for.
People have the personal view, but we have to encourage them.
We did not approve any budget, but then they're spending money on the account to have workshop.
Okay, Pete, let me let my thoughts, my brother, so I can leave.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
So, Mr. Logan, I always want to extend my solidarity, gratitude on your stance on our community issues, regardless of our differences, our political agreement, our alliance. When you have a platform that decides not to be biased, even if we disagree with you, that indeed tells us that we are elevating the discourse of discussion and not putting our own personal aggrandizement ahead of the community. And that's what I picked this platform to be an exception, where I can come and prop up my ideas, even if you don't like me. Having said that, I want to tell all of the panelists on this platform, thank you very much to the professor, to Jeremiah, and everybody. You know, they say give a man a flower where he's alive. Jeremiah came into this community, but he integrated himself into the body politics of the community. It doesn't mean that he's always right, but he's tried to, come out here and make clarity, especially within the administration. These are things the Secretary General and other people within the organization should be doing. But Jan Volule and the leg of Jeremiah are always here to make clarification. And also, Philip Logan, I don't know if you can extend invitation to the inaugural committee to appear in studio one of these days so we can also ask them some questions rather than we just come here all the time and talking and we're not hearing from them. So let the Liberian committee hear from the inaugural committee through the communication of the leadership.
That's
Also,
good. That's a good one.
yeah. Also, I want to tell the president thank you very much for going back to look at the report. I mean, that should be commendable on his part, even though the report is not fully considered by the assembly, but an effort made is better than just rejecting the request of the people. And I want to say this, the community is growing very large. We should expand network and reach out to people from different expertise and different backgrounds and see what they can do. The reason why I come out here to talk to about my brother Maurice is because I believe in Maurice's potential. Nobody goes around, nobody goes around pointing fingers at other people, but because it's Maurice's discipline and Maurice's expertise. If a budget was put on the floor and Maurice was going to tell us it's unrealistic and give us some auditing or budgetary ideology, some of us who are novice will not have made mistake to pass the budget. After the budget had been passed, if Maurice could have done his research and set some of us down and said, brother, this is why the extensive report is not right, then we ourselves can see his ideology and align with his ideology because the future is bright. And such a man will have to discipline himself to what he can do in a mere chat room conversations. So nobody is in the business of attacking other people. Those who attack people, they know themselves. So every time when you speak to the reality and the relativity of issue, they come out and say you're attacking people. I called Maurice. Obviously, Maurice was very professional and polite in his conversation with me. We did not attack people like likewise others who will take every issue to go for you. We are not in that business anymore. We are more mature to handle the body politics of this community and we'll do it maturely. If you have your personal grievances and you want to express it, use other medium. Having said that, I want to tell Maurice, thank you for answering my questions and answering my quest and responding to me with a form of gentility. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to tell you thank you very much. I want to tell Mr. Logan thank you. I want to tell your mother-in-law happy birthday. I want to tell my daughter Somaya City a big birthday as she turned number 9. We are getting there. And thank you very much. We'll continue to be here in this community to check all of the points necessary and to put our ideas and give our expertise. Again, I am open to Mr. Parker for consultation.
Okay.
Not to take any leadership position, but if Mr. Parker calls me and asks me, honestly, I will speak with him. I will give him my honest opinion on issues. But I will not shy away from speaking the truth. If you are a president of this community, you should work. If you are a vice president of this community, you should work. If you are a secretary, financial secretary, whoever you are, you should work. The bluff is over. The big show is over. Inaugural is over. Wearing Kosu, going out of state, and taking titles and representing area but not doing the job, it is not time. People should get to work and straighten all of the differences, all of the weaknesses in the administration, all of the lapses. They should go. And my brother Hottie Padman is doing a good job as a parliamentarian. However, I want him to enhance his expectations and his expertise as well. Let him be more robust in his position because our constitution, Hottie is the only one in the executive that can make the president. Go and read the role of the parliamentarian.
It's true.
So,
I posted it here before.
Exactly. So
I
Hottie
can
should not
repost
say,
it
because I'm
again.
in leadership, I will be silent on issue. Hottie should stand to the president and say, Mr. President, you are wrong. Let's correct this now. That's what we call leadership. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to say thank you. And thank you again, Mr. Logan, for having me. I will always be here. I will not be a stranger on your platform. Thank you.
Thank you so much, my dear brother. Thank you so much, Mr. Jeremiah Casely. All right, so let's go to Sis Pasia Hilton. Let's get your party.
Well, you know, criticism is good. Constructive criticism is good. It leaves room for growth. So it is not a bad thing that the community has come out and voiced their opinion or their ills from this report. At the same time, the community is at a standstill, which means that the community is the administration is at a standstill, which means the community is also at a standstill. July 26th is right next door. So let us get this report out of the way and move forward. And I think the last time that I was here, I recommended to the president that he should have some advisors that are not yes sir. Advisors that can be neutral and objective and tell him if it is wrong, it is wrong. If it is right, it is right. So let us get this report over with and move forward. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, Fasia. Thank you so much. Professor, you want to go?
The show tonight has been a beautiful one. You know, whenever great minds meet on one platform, the opportunity for growth is immense. Is always a good thing when young people are seeing faults and are also giving recommendation. Because if you keep showing what's bad and you can't say nothing to fix it, you too have a problem. So this platform has given us the opportunity to be able to point out the faults, say what we can recommend, and left with the hearers to pick out on it and do what is right. Because at the end of the day, it's about all of us. When they say Liberians in Indiana, they're not going to call us by name. All of us will be responsible for whatever happens here. I'm from Ohio for a very long time, 25 plus years. It took a lot for us to be able to have a hall for ourselves today. But we all had to put our foot down and work on one focus. We're going to get a hall. And every administration that came, we all work on the same team. At the end of the day, we have a hall for Liberians in Indiana, in Ohio, where we can call our own, where we can go and dance till 6 o'clock in the morning. Nobody can tell us go home because it's Liberians hall. We can do the same in Indiana, but we just need the foundation to get started. We will pay. The money is not the problem. How the money is being spent is where we are getting stuck. So I hope the president and his team listen in on this show tonight. We got a lot of recommendations on this show tonight that will help all of us grow differently. Will help the inaugural committee to understand where they fell short, and if they ever will be given the opportunity, what they will do differently. Thank you, IRC Chairman, for always being that voice. That's why I personally don't want that voice to be tainted in no way. We want to say Jeremiah said and hold it to the truth, because that's who we are looking for. You're always around to speak for the government. That's a good thing. So we need what's coming to be credible. Sometimes it may not be easy, and it's never a force. If the way is going, there's no way you can fix it to look good, you say nothing. Nobody will pull you to the fire. But thank you for being here tonight. Thanks to Jeremiah Silly for being here. It's sad that the tough talking young Vulule was silent on the committee. That is unheard of. I don't know how it happened, but he was on the number committee and he was silent. And even
Yeah,
Jeremiah was on the committee and he was silent. How can
you're
a
gonna
committee
bounce back. You're
to
gonna
be
bounce
silent?
back.
I'm going to convince her. But nevertheless, whenever the work is given and they are willing to work, we say we'll take it. And I want to say thanks to my husband for allowing me to do it. Because Savannah is not one of those easy husbands that let his wife do what she want to do.
Yeah.
He would put stop to what he don't want, but I'm always thankful he allows me to come on the Logan show and be a part of it because I like it. I like the part that we can interact. And I'm always
Yeah.
hoping to interact with anybody who interact with me. But once you get on the line with dialogue, then I'm not dialoguing with you no more. But thank you, Philip, thank you for the show. And as you said, thank God it's fabulous. We'll be coming soon.
Yep.
We will
Yep.
meet you at different points, communities, socially, emotionally.
Yep.
Some will be some physical stuff. Different aspect of the community is going to be shown light on in on our platform. So look forward, get ready. And we will be coming
Thank God, it's
soon.
fabulous.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Professor. Thank you so much, Professor Philly. Thank you. Jeremiah, let's get to you.
Well, Logan, thank you so much. A special thanks to your family for allowing you to be on this show for an extended period of time, especially when you have these staunch discussions going on. Well,
Yeah,
thanks to
thank
the
you too.
viewers that followed, and we think everyone spoke well. There's a Latin phrase for those of us who went to the Catholic schools that says, "Vox populi, vox Dei." The voice of the people is the voice of God. So I believe that the reason why people saw me in the assembly the other day, I decided to remain mute because at some point in time, you have to give the people the chance to express themselves in a more polite manner so that people know how they feel. Having said that, I think a lot needs to be done. The president, in his own good gesture, wouldn't be smeared or wouldn't be taken for granted because of this report. I think he would do the needful and make sure things are put in place because you see, last week there's a bank in California that failed, the SVB, Silicon Valley Bank, and you heard President Biden coming in. The feds intervened, and then President Biden was clear. He said those responsible, those authorities responsible that were running the bank will be fired. So I believe whether it was Jeremiah Chair on the committee, or it was Jan Vulule, or it was Sia Pajibo on the committee that were part of a committee and didn't do the due diligence, I believe it's about time because there won't be a recourse to this something. Even the board looks into this something until they can come back to the community, there will still be people who harbor doubts about this report. I think this thing just got this whole administration on the wrong footing. So if the president has the power, what is it means firing Jeremiah Chief for not doing his job. I think some level of action will be the one to quench the heart of the community at this juncture because I can tell you my brother Pele spoke about the community not paying dues. I beg to differ on that because even if you check the chat room, if there's 240 persons in that chat room and $30. 240 times 30 is 7,200. You don't want the association to lose that money. If you pay for a year, it's 14,400. So you want the administration or the association to lose that kind of money simply because of one wrong start. I believe that body was constituted, and if things weren't done the right way, the president would take action as it relates to those things. But I believe that in all fairness, the only things that keep the wheels of this administration, of this association turning, is the finances, your 1 cent, 2 cents that you put in. So I appreciate this media outlet for allowing us. I'm not going to cast blame on Mr. Gua's ability to dissect the issue financially because we all have that capability. But people are giving those choices to make to serve. When you are giving my choice, I'm giving. I'm being called names. I'm being called all sort of names that I'm not capable of becoming. But the issue here is the fact that you step up to serve your community means a lot.
Yeah.
You have to button your vest and get ready for what's
Philip,
And
about to
public
come.
servant.
I want to
I
keep
believe,
Jeremiah
I
on.
believe, I believe the president will do what it takes to serve this community diligently because your record has been impeccable before becoming president. No one is going to now, whether it's close relationship or friendship or whoever, nobody's going to smear the association from the very get-go because of some report. Nobody is then pointing fingers to anybody of stealing money because for one fact, we don't have proof of people taking money. We don't. That's something we don't. Until an independent or they can establish that we don't have the facts. That's why I said from the onset that do in financial best practices, if you didn't receive, if you didn't have receivable, you cannot affix your signature to any document that you didn't see circulating or somebody just bring. This is not a something where people will just bring something and you sign on it because you were a part. The only time you affix your signature means your character, your name to something is something that you are sure of, and that's something that I believe that when the EC, before they certify people, they affix their signature to certain documents that say these people are the ones elected. That's how you certify things. But if report comes out and there's no signatures attached, and the community rebut those reports, I believe there's need to go to the drawing board. And I want the president to listen to the community on this endeavor, because the communication aspect, we will be giving the communication, but we have to give the communication with facts. So I thought to get on the show this evening to provide not a robust clarity, but just to give another version, another perspective from the side of the administration, of which we all love. And I believe that if it gets to the level of the board, if the report is done and is brought by, is still rejected by the community, then the president will have to use that iron hands, because that iron hands needs to come in now to save the character of this administration. Because I believe it's in a good fit. Everybody wants to work. Everybody's proper ideas to make sure things happen. But I believe that with the trust that I have in this president and this administration, I believe things will change and everybody will get on the right footing. But thanks for the criticism, because it enhances the ability of those in power to do the needful and do the right things. So thanks so much. I appreciate it.
So much, Mr. Chia. So, Mr. Philly, go ahead. You said you want for Chia to be on the line while you close. Go ahead.
Yeah.
No,
The
I
reason,
will go.
the reason why I wanted to be on the line while I close is that he spoke extemporaneously, but his actions and his line of duty that he was called for was also uncalled for. And now, maybe you have changed your course of action because of the development that is unfolding. I like you as a brother. I respect your intelligentsia, but the reality here is everything I have been saying over the years, not today. I will always say Parker inherited things that he had no business of inheriting. His ability to distance himself from those things and move the government forward. That's why I caught him in that web. I've sent him text personally because leadership, yeah, it's not all about Pele. It's not about Chie. It's not about Parker. It's not about caring about anything. We have to proffer the leadership as we abide in our homes. As we guide our kids, that's how our kids will respect their uncles. That's how they respect their aunties. That's how they'll go to the next house and behave. So let's bring it back to LAI. You just moved here. You spoke to men. You this, you that. We did all that. They never report that all of you who were appointed official condemned. Why hasn't any elected official condemned their act? I'm not asking to respond. I'm not saying something to you. Why hasn't any of the elected officers condemned the inaugural report? But every other officers that were appointed condemn it. Because in your own sleeves, in your own belief, you know it's wrong. So I lay that as a premise. If Paco wants to do better for this community, as we all want to do better for this community, he should be the first one to condemn the report, but not to quiz us and say we take it to the board. Like you came up front, you said, "Oh, the board can approve." The board has no approval rights to the first morning I was signed off. And I understand that maybe it was an oversight and you're in defense of the institution that we all love. But in reality, it was a wrong approach. Nobody asked Paco, nobody asked Fatty, nobody asked Robert to sign check for Hall on November 28th to give the inaugural committee check. Right? Now, finally today, our sister Wimo, my lovely sister-in-law, she came on the air and she just this post fella initiative that Kelly go to the house and call after party. That was wrong. You say you started accounting. Well, everything should be check and balance. I will say to you today, when Draper called me for drink, immediately he left the phone. I called you, Jeremiah Che. I said, why aren't you calling me to support the initiative and get drinks? And Draper was saying, how this story. And he said, oh, Billy, forget it. This is that. I left it, right? I left it. I remain quiet. You guys don't need to take people blame for inherited problem. You Jeremiah Che didn't steal money from LAR. Paco didn't steal money from LAR. Fatty didn't steal money from LAR. Sonny Paco didn't steal money from LAR. None whatsoever stole money from LAR. You are a member of a committee that choose to sideline you and bring up a report that you did not approve. Don't you see that as a disservice to us all? I mean, you speak extemporaneously. You are good gentlemen.
Jeremiah, if you want to respond as well, while Peter responding, you can go ahead.
No, I don't want to respond, but I don't want to respond because that the man has his time. But what I'm saying is that I don't see the need for he and I, because he's making a point, and those points are genuine. And when the points are genuine, that's the reason why you see we don't. I'm not in defense of any committee. I'm in defense of government, and my role here is to lay clarity. So if the community, the General Assembly, who is the highest decision-making body, rejects a report, I have no way in any way I can change anybody's mind, because the highest decision-making body, the General Assembly, rejects the report once, rejects the report twice. Then who am I? Who is Jeremiah to come and question the people?
So now you, Jeremiah, why don't you tell Parker, say, but why did he allow the vote to organize an independent probe? Because let me tell you what today, you knew. All of you guys now in the government, you guys are being questioned. Maybe there's something to be covered, but you guys don't have nothing to do with this. You know where I learned that from? My father was CPA in accounting. He said test the water before you engage the subject. So I didn't engage you. I tested the water with the meetings. Every other person stood up there and said that name was not placed in the record of that report, right? Which is fair. Everybody voicing out. So now, I'm not questioning your ability. I'm not questioning you to be a thief. I'm not questioning Parker being a thief. I'm not also questioning Sonny Parker being a thief. I'm not questioning Robert Carey or Richard Boyer or Fatty or Hottie. But what I'm questioning here is that every one of you guys who were appointed have condemned the report. When, where, how, with the elected official condemn the report. Even the wives.
Mr. Taylor, let me come in quickly. The president condemned the report
No,
by
he never.
the president did. I can't
Wait.
speak for no other person but the president. The president did by constituting. Once you tell the president something, you say, Mr. President, this isn't going well. He said, we'll have to look at it. Well, I will withdraw this report and the people have to redo this report. That was a rejection of the report on the line of the
Okay,
presidency.
stop.
The president rejected that
Brother,
report.
brother, stop.
And
Brother,
now
stop.
the
Brother,
report was
stop.
brought back.
Brother,
The
stop.
report was brought
Brother,
back.
stop.
The General Assembly
Brother, stop.
rejected the report. And the
Brother,
president again
brother,
said, okay, me
brother.
my people reject the report.
No. The president came to you and myself in the presence of everybody.
And
He
asked what I should do.
He said what I should do.
Yes,
And
that's leadership. He asking the people.
I clearly address it and said based off the inadequacies and everything that people have just said,
yeah,
we will reject the report. And if I can obtain a second, I will need an independent probe. The president called it a recommendation. He didn't call it a motion.
Because listen, when you made your point on doing a meeting,
it was a motion.
You were calling for a motion.
The
president said, okay, your suggestions are well taken. And that's the reason why.
No, it's not a suggestion. It was a motion. It was a motion to be implemented. It was not a suggestion. I didn't suggest. I made a motion. And if seconded, can we put it to vote? Can we test the waters? And he said, no, we'll go to the board. Now, you tell me, Fatih signed a check, right? Fatih Pa is the secretary of the board. How can the board be independent of this investigation?
Mr. Pele, you know what I want? You know some of these things sometimes when I appear on a platform to discuss things related to the government, I look like the black sheep. Everyone try to castigate me.
Never a black sheep.
Listen,
you're a good man.
It only prepares this community for the future, because these things back in the days, maybe they had IRC or whoever or how they used to call it, but they're wearing anything like of that nature to even question or even come and say things. Because first thing of my office is public image, the association's public image. So that's the reason why you see me sometimes in my weaknesses, I come and say things that I do know of. But when it relates to financial matters, like you ask me a tentative question, Fatih is the financial secretary and her father is the secretary of the board. So that brings to mind, maybe you have another topic that's far from our knowledge at this juncture. So I think you can infer that to the host, who can send out a link on another day to the financial secretary so that she can sometimes provide clarity, because that's her expertise, that's her office. You understand? We can provide clarity on these matters, because I cannot speak to financial issue while I talk. The only way I will speak to financial issues while I talk is when the documents are on my lap and I'm looking at them. That's the only way I will speak to financial issues. Okay. But when it comes to the public image, that's why you see me coming to want to talk. But I don't back anybody for the presidency. That's why you see me. If you follow what I've been doing here, it's clear. You understand me? So the financial people will speak to that.
All right. Okay, guys, let's use just 5 minutes to do our closer quick now.
No, I finished closing. I just
okay, Jeremiah, I already close up. Finish. Just do your closing so we can go.
In all honesty, right? In all honesty, you say you here for the president. So that means you're not here as RRC chair. You make it explicitly clear that you're here for the president. So apparently,
maybe you have not had the opportunity to work in real government, in the real world. When you are appointed, you operate and you work at the will and the pleasure of the president. Me, by virtue of me being RRC chairman, I don't operate on my own. I don't operate on anybody. Before I got on this show today, you know what happened? Before I got on this show, I was on conversation with the Secretary General. I was on conversation with the Vice President. I was on conversation with the President. That's how the administration runs. So I took it up the chain before I got on the show. So what I'm going to show is the public image.
You just said to me,
listen,
I've not served for government. So I don't know how government runs. Right?
No. If you take on offense to that, I think it's another topic for another day. But it's not between you and I.
You know, I said to you today. Call Robert Carey, who the SG, and ask him whether I ain't serve with government. I work with
Listen,
government.
hey,
No,
man.
no, stop, stop
Philly,
right there.
let's not end the
Stop.
topic
No,
between let's talk a
no,
serious thing.
it's not between myself, but stop right there. Whether it's a foul, it's a foul. And we identify it and we address it and we work towards it and solve the problem. That's why
Exactly.
I am.
Yeah.
I ain't after no bickering or no lies or no thoughts.
Let good.
I'm the good. I am the good.
The greatest of all time.
And I remain that good. Because why? All other government have swept this thing under the rug. I'm the only
Let good.
person now bringing it up to light.
Let good.
Yeah.
Let good.
And I remain that good.
Philip,
Yeah.
thank you for having me and a goat on the show. The
I'm the
cow on
good.
the show and the goat on the show.
You're not cow. You think you're a cow, but you're not cow.
Who?
Huh?
Who I am. But man,
You're,
it's good. Listen, Philip, the problem here is it's good having people with diverse view in a community. Then the community will not be straight at the bow and arrow like this, and people just do
no,
all of it.
stop right there. The post say Pele was toxic. Pele had a toxic relationship with LAR over the
Philip,
years.
Philip.
Now,
Yeah.
So if
no,
I
no,
take
no, stop.
everything that people say to me on the other
No,
show, on the platform the
stop.
other day,
Now,
the
Pele
other day,
now.
what did you say? What did you
Now,
say the
Pele.
other day? And you call me
Now,
Benjamin
I
Yeten?
call you Benjamin Yeten.
Yeah, Benjamin
how you
Yeten,
doing with it?
Natana Magay, all
I
that
call you
thing
my
there.
girl.
Yeah.
I
So
call you my
tell
girl.
me,
You know I call you my girl
tell me the
for?
good.
Because y'all went in your own groupings and said Raul protecting me. You won't take me all of your chat room. So they brought
My
you, they
man,
take me all
you
of
know
the
what I
chat room.
gotta tell you, Philly?
I say the
Listen to
truth.
me. All the things that you can be hearing, sometimes when you hear things, I'm a telephone call away. It's not the way you
I'm
see
not
it.
calling you.
Don't listen. You are good. If you want to be a good, like you say you are,
I'm
you
always a good.
hear romance, you call in. You
No,
you you, you say Jeremiah. What is
I
it?
won't just call. You know why I won't just call for?
Wow.
Eh? Because we all come to public forum, you all pull up attitude towards the good. Then I look at you, I smile,
Who
I
good?
walk off.
Good. Okay, good.
You,
Since
you don't even bring a sour leaf for me to eat. You won't
Jeremiah
starve
again,
me.
man. Finish.
Jeremiah.
Finish. Please stay to the children. Yeah, I know someone waiting for you. They go to one whole year to do different things.
No, you won't
No,
starve
but
me.
I really enjoy you. I enjoy it.
Everybody closing, right?
That man, the code will hear you. The
You
code will
don't,
hold your phone. The
you
code,
don't give us sour
listen
leaf.
to me, for being one of the active voices in the advocacy and in saying, in stating the facts and proffering some solutions. We appreciate you. On behalf of the government, we appreciate you. Because politically, if we have somebody holding our feet to the fire, I'm there. I'm part of the government, but you hold our feet to the fire to urge us to do the right thing. So the good. We will refer to you that please hold on yet. The president will do the needful and the community will be addressed
All
adequately.
right.
Thank you, the good.
Honorable RRC chair, in all honesty, this is in all
Philip,
honesty,
this man will not
in,
go to
in all honesty, Honorable Philip Logan,
Uh-huh.
in all honesty, right? We are not going to pay dues.
Ah.
What are our dues?
Philip, you didn't pay your money. Oh. Philip,
For
not
your
paying town.
Philip, for your Philip, my due will come as anonymous
Ah.
because I'm the good. And you
My man,
all
my
want to
man.
come all the
Philip,
chat room.
Eh? All
Philip,
right.
please bring it, man.
Let me close now. Let me close. I ain't closed
Oh,
yet.
what? Okay, we gotta go.
Let me close now. What up, brother?
We
So,
gotta go.
well, Philip,
Already 10:46.
Philip, I
Hey,
give
God.
men time to talk. The men
Okay.
say, "Oh, Philip, go," because they put a receipt up.
Yeah, he said I want to show my son when you unplug the whole internet happen before you plug it back and come back on.
But in all honesty, Jamachi, that your
Yes,
chat
sir.
room is not healthy. As Jeremiah said, it's not healthy. If you want to deny people of being anywhere to pay that due, It's not a chat room. Guess what? In all honesty, brother, the chat room is just one thing. I have never had any program successfully from that chat room, paraphernalia or publication. And I'll say to you today, I need to have a new strategy. When we say Fatih is in file with Sunny Check, how did the miscellaneous expense came for the workshop where there's no budget being approved? We all said accounting. Nobody's stupid here. You do the poor justice. We will provide a cover up where there is need to be covered up.
All right, Sylvanus. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Philip.
Yes,
Thanks to everyone who follow us here tonight. We wish you all the best.
Philip,
we appreciate your time here. Yep, go ahead.
I hate you as of today's.
Why?
Because I ain't even my closing yet.
Oh, man, what? You know how many minutes we got? We got 4 hours, 25 minutes.
That will make the show healthy. You know that?
I understand. But
my closing is that it's all peace to Liberians and all peace to everything we want to do and move the community forward. We will continue to challenge them and we'll continue to make them to feel that we're not stupid, we're sensible, and we have that intellect to move the community forward. So, Jeremiah Chie, Parker, whosoever, Robert Carey, Richard Boyer, Fatima, Hottie, y'all gotta get yourself in position now because the goat is coming after you. And my home is not an easy home, it's a big home. So I leave here tonight. I say peace. And we will audit the inaugural committee. It won't be a bowl anything or auditing the inaugural committee. We will audit the inaugural committee being the assembly. The board must step aside because the board is compromised. That's all I gotta say.
Thank you so much, Mr. Sylvanus Pele, and thanks to everyone who were here tonight. You know, right now we ain't have much time to be here. We want to say we'll see you again on Thursday. Please join the conversation. And we say thanks to the Liberian community of Indiana. We want to say good night and bye-bye. We look forward to seeing you people again. Bye. Masu?